Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck am I going? Who the hell could I be? All this time I've been lost. Vessel trapped in the sea. Chains holding my legs. I just want to be free. Fist picking my throat. Hell yeah, they know it. Heritage keep going. You can see it in my phenotypes and that damn Indian showing. This knowledge keeping me steady. 45 on my hip and my armor man stay ready. I hit the streets in my Chevy. Blunt burn, it smell smoking heavy. Man, here you go, I got plenty. Prayers up for what's in it. In the land I lost many. Cause every nigga ain't feeling. And every man ain't willing. No D-bows but Stanley. No heroes for my family. Why the pigs killing us daily. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Where the fuck do you come from? Kidnapping our babies. 11 million abortions. Whole country is scorching. Gave them stealing my portion. Bitch, give me my land back. We ain't signed no contracts. Why you wasting all of our trust funds? We don't know who your dad is, but we know who your kinfolk. Take the food off of my plate. Eat that shit with my folk. You invader. You motherfucking invader. Invader. This is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. Invader, this is for the invader. Invader, send home the invader. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. Give them all praises. Give them all praises. Hey ya, 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 hey ya. Hey ya, 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 hey ya.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double song. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some one-on-ones. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. John bought our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up mad stuff like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my nigga Savage, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. Yo, ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
All right, there we go. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Sorry about that. Peace to the gods, man. Peace to the goddesses. Peace to the Tanchans, Indians, Aborigines, Moors, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. Once again, it's your brother A1, aka Hano Kiel, aka Tanchas One. And we're gonna go back down a rabbit hole, man, with some of this chaos I've been seeing within a lot of these immigrant communities, as well as we're gonna go over the 1965 Immigration Act, aka the Hart Seller Act. And hopefully we have a good bill, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat room. Now rocking with your boy Ahano Kiel. So let's get with this. All right. All right. So let me kind of formulate this, right? So what I've been saying lately is, besides the immigrants shit, I always been talking about that. And I think American Aborigines been speaking on this well before any FBA's been talking about, a lot of the chaos that we see within some of these immigrant communities that actually affect us, right? That actually affect us. So we definitely need to speak on this because at the end of the day, immigration is going to be detrimental to us as a people in general. So, look, I got a couple of things I want to play real quick. Hold on for a second. Let me share my screen. All right, so this is what Martin Luther King said. And we know Martin Luther King is, kind of a touchy situation. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Where the fuck is it at? All right, here you go, right here. It's kind of touchy situation with Martin Luther King. It's kind of like night and day with him. But at the end of the day, when he realized the plot that was being plotted against him, as well as like we know he was funded by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, etc. But when he realized what was really being done and the trickery, I think that the Most High had to actually make him accountable, and he held himself accountable with his life, what I'm saying, for trying to do something for FBA. But I mean, for not just for FBA, but American Aborigines, American Indians, right? And we also know that the Civil Rights Act was the American Indian Act. So we're gonna kind of be touching on that, right? We're gonna kind of figure out why would they pass an immigration act a year after they passed civil rights. But understand the civil rights thing is kind of touchy too, right? Because we always had civil rights. It's just that when we decided to um integrate into their jurisdiction, that's when all of the shit, that's when all the chaos erupted. So let's play this real quick and let's get back to some other things. Now, and that he said some stuff that we definitely don't agree with, right? But the fact that how they gave out this land, right? And they gave out our land. Now, he is incorrect on what he's saying, but as far as the plot for like the immigration, I mean immigrants, right? Um, I always been kind of touching on this immigration thing, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think that all people should not be welcome here, but me personally, I look at it that everybody is illegal on this land. If ain't nobody come to the American Aborigines and ask them could they be on their land, then I think that all illegal. All these people are all these people are parading as an American when we know who the original Americans and the only Americans. You cannot be an American if you leave your homeland and come here and some or inorganic. When I say an inorganic American, what is an American? Can somebody put in the chat room? Somebody, you ain't got to give me the definition, but to be an American, you have to be what? Can somebody just put in the chat room for me for those that are in the chat room? Can you just add it to the chat room for me? For you guys that know, for you to be an American, what do you have to be? You can't be somebody that just came over here and because some people is occupying American territory, they can just tell the people that comes here that they are Americans. Then somebody gets put in the chat room. That's right. You gotta be an Aborigine, right? You gotta also be an autochton, right? One sprung from the soil that he or she inhabits, right? And I'm gonna see, you know what? While we doing this bill, I'm gonna look and see if I can find a questionnaire that they have these United States citizens, right? Because understand this, right? No, none of these people that come here from their land are Americans. They all are United States citizens. You know what I'm saying? And everybody outside of the United States know who are the true and only Americans. And they know that the Americans are being occupied. I seen a video back in, I don't know if it was the early 80s when they Iran took some hostages and they released all the black hostages. You know what I'm saying? They released the only one they did. It was another black hostage that they didn't release, who was actually a Marine, and they didn't release him because they was like, nah, you got too much intel or whatever. We need to keep you. But they ended up releasing him, I believe, like 2 years later, right? So that go to show you that they all know who are the Americans, right? So check this out. Look, I know y'all probably done seen this clip that been floating around. Let me see something. Let me play this.
Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the video. Keep me in the algorithm. I appreciate y'all with all the love. And y'all already know we're going to get straight into it. This video here is about Ann Coulter. She's a Republican and came out with some very interesting topic 12 years ago that she was on ABC. So, you know, how I look at it is 12 years back, the agenda of the Democratic Party was 12 years back, and how Ann Coulter called them out on it. And now fast forward to 2025, 12 years later, now we're really seeing the Democratic agenda being played out in real time. It's crazy. But y'all let me know. Y'all already know. Let's get into it.
New book here. You made kind of a provocative comment in your new book here, Mugged, and I think it's on page 151. You write that various groups, feminist, gay rights groups, and those who are defending immigrants have commandeered the Black civil rights experience.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because I think it's one of the most important points of the book. I mean, I think the way liberals have treated Blacks like children, and many of their policies have been harmful to Blacks. At least they got the beneficiary group right. We do have to, I mean, we shouldn't. There is the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow laws. We don't owe the homeless. We don't owe feminists. We don't owe women who are desirous of having abortions, but that's, or gays who want to get married to one another. That's what civil rights has become for much of the left. They dropped the Blacks after 5 minutes.
Immigrant rights are not civil rights?
No, I think civil rights are for Blacks.
See, this is essentially the problem, and the Republicans
What have we done to the immigrants? We owe Black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country.
But you see, most of us are either immigrants or are the descendants of immigrants, and we understand that not everybody. There are Native Americans in, but we understand in this country. We understand in this country that kind of self-deportation, making things so difficult for immigrants, for undocumented immigrants, that they have to leave, or the DREAM Act, vetoing, threatening to veto the DREAM Act, which is what Romney has said. I mean, and again, we have Governor Romney, who is basically taking a position that is anti a large and the fastest growing segment of the electorate.
And here's the thing, if Republicans don't do something with immigration, and if Republicans are so far away from Latinos, they're going to lose not only this election, they might lose the White House for generations.
The future.
And Texas to turn from red to blue.
The Democrats are dropping the Blacks and moving on to the Hispanics because they're a larger group of Hispanics now. But can I just say to Jorge, I hate to disagree with you when you're attacking President Obama, but I think the point on immigration is you can have open borders or you can have a welfare state.
As y'all can see, Ann Coulter just said what she just said about civil rights. She stood on it. Look at how 12 years later, look at 2025, look at what the Democratic Party and what their policies, and now that 10 to 20 million migrants, illegal immigrants in America now you can see the agenda play out in real time. You see what I'm saying? So when people be saying certain people be lying or it's fake news or something like that right there, people don't be crazy, man. Stuff be already thought about 15 years before. So this was already a play by the Democratic Party to already have the migrants in play. This 12 years ago. So hey, y'all let me know what y'all think about y'all let me know what y'all think about it. So that's just my opinion. And y'all stay tuned, stay informed.
All right, so there you have it, right? Now, a lot of people will look at her like she done said some things that Black people didn't get along with. And a lot of times, like even like if somebody say something negative about Black people, we always sensitive to try to, oh, they racist. And I'm not saying a person not racist, but what they say, even the clock is right, even a broke clock is right twice a day, right? So people can say plenty of things that you may not agree with, right? But just because they say things that you may not agree with, the minute that they say something that you agree with, you should at least give that person credit for just standing on their square and saying something that's not popular speech, right? Because a lot of things that we're enduring these days is not popular speech, right? And especially like for us being American Aborigines, right? And even like I said with the FBAs, right? These niggas talk about all this slavery shit, and a lot of them are just, they regurgitating shit that was taught to other so-called prominent black people that pretty much programmed us to think that we was fucking slaves. Because all of this shit comes from the General Education Board, right? All of it come from whether the hijacking of the HBCUs, formerly Indian schools, right, etc., right, or the fact that they manipulated us and propagandized the educational system in the 1940s. What was Brown versus Board was in 1940. They used that as a propaganda campaign to get us to go into these people's schools so that they can teach us what the fuck they want to teach us, so they can separate us from being the real original people of the land. All right. So now check this out. Let me just say, let's get into this real quick. Right. So all right, so check this out, right? All right, so now check this out. All right, so the Civil Rights Act of 1964, right? Now, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it says a landmark civil rights and labor law. Okay, labor law. Cause like I'm gonna show you some of the Solomon Jones some of the Sir Solomon Jones films later on, and we're gonna kind of revisit what we had prior to us trying to integrate into these people's systems. And I'm also gonna show you like some of the race riots and like some of the motivations for them flooding some of these towns that go along with a lot of this other shit, right? Now check this out. It's a labor law. It's in the United States that outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, and national origin. It prohibits unequally application of voter registration requirements, racial segregation in schools. Now, racial segregation in school. Now, prior to us going to their schools, we was well more educated than we were when I think once we went to their schools, we just became indoctrinated. We became indoctrinated, and these people just pretty much um programmed us to believe what they wanted us to believe. Now, from all of the evidence I've showed y'all, it been free people here before any fucking because this is another thing I've been hearing, right? I've been hearing like, saying a lot of Haitians. And like I said, I get along with Haitians. I don't have no real problem with none of them. I got a couple of Haitian boys and I get along with them, but it's the other ones that be talking. Like I said, I don't try to like when it comes to these conversations, I don't try to just talk about all of them because all of the people is not bad. It's a lot of ignorant people that come here, and because they have rights that we fought for all these rights. And like I said, we fought for them for us. And what these people did was they hijacked it, right? They hijacked it. But I'm going to get all into that, right? So check it out. So racial segregation in schools and public accommodations, right? It say and employment discrimination. It say the act is considered one of the most significant legislation achievements in American history, right? It's saying initially power given to enforce the act were weak. It's saying, but these were supplemented during later years. Congress asserted its authority to legislate under several different parts of the United States Constitution. Principally, it enumerated power to regulate interstate commerce under the Commerce Clause of Act 1, Section 8. Its duty is to guarantee all citizens equal protection. Now, check this out. Even when you get into government, right, the government has only been established to maintain individual rights, to enforce individual rights, to make sure you're not being dominated and no one else is dominating you, right? Always remember that was the main thing why the government has been enacted, because without any type of government, and that's even as American Indians or American Aborigines, even among your nations, you have to have law, rules, and regulations that the people have to, acquiesce to for everyone to be equally, what I'm saying, for everyone to have a equal opportunity at whatever is being given by that particular nation or government, right? So like right now, what I'm saying, you could say, all right, well, boom, we got equal rights, right? But people been so programmed, right? A lot of us been so programmed, and what the program did was it kept us in this primitive impoverished state, right? To make us think that we've been we even when we are enfranchised, we still think we disenfranchised. You know what I'm saying? And I like to always give the analogy that, look, I came home from state prison in 2006. I got my GED when I was incarcerated. Okay. I dropped out of school in 10th grade to sell drugs. Okay. And it took me through a long line of, out there selling drugs, et cetera, right? However it go though, I almost got a master's degree. And I always tell people, forget the schooling. Like the schooling was just something that I wanted to do. Everybody method is not to go to school. I mean, you need education. You definitely need to be educated. And now but you don't need to be indoctrinated. So part of the education is you get two educations, and this is what my teacher told me. You get the education that's interpreted and dictated to you, and then you get the education that you cross reference and that you apply to yourself. Okay, this is what we're doing in this community. We're applying the education that we got. We not believing the narratives that these people saying that who we were slaves and all this, that, and the third, like the FBAs. Now, like I said, the thing that I like about FBAs is that they go after tethers, but we've been doing that. We've been doing that. It's just that they have a bigger audience than we do, but we've been going after a lot of these people. I know I have. I've been doing it for years, and I've been motherfucker. Oh man, I give a I'm gonna give a story, right? When I first started talking about this immigration shit, this is a reason why me and old Mestizo boy fell out. I ain't gonna say his name because I ain't trying to get that nigga no credit, right? But this is a reason why me and old Mestizo boy fell out, because I was talking about this shit. This nigga believe this Mestizo man from Costa Rica. I ain't saying his name. Okay, I heard on he was on somebody channel. He was telling the nigga that, oh, we should have open borders and people should just be able to come over here. Oh no, hell no, because guess what? When we had the mighty Muskogee or the mighty Creek Nation or Iroquois Nation or whatever nation we had over here, let's say the mighty Aborigine Nation. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me go back in here. The mighty Aborigine Nation, right? Wasn't nobody just crossing the borders. That's the reason why you didn't see Mexicans in California into the 1950s. I can go through the population, what's the name, and show you that there wasn't no Mexicans in there. And if it was Mexicans, a lot of them Mexicans was Negro Mexicans, right? You ain't see no Mexicans in California until the 1950s. You ain't see Mexicans or a lot of these mestizos. We ain't see a lot of these people in North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas. You ain't see none of them until the 1960s, 1950s when they start crossing the border and coming over here. What prior to the United States taking the land from us? What prevented these people from crossing the border like that? We did. These people wasn't crossing the border like that. They wasn't crossing the border. They wasn't coming over here like that, right? They wasn't crossing the border um like they are now. Let me see something. Hold up. Hold up 1 second. Because I wanted to add this to the bill as well. The inventions. So I'm gonna get into this. It's gonna be kind of a lengthy bill. So definitely, man, just get comfortable. Let me see something real quick. Um, yeah, but um, Yeah, I heard this nigga talk about we should have open borders and shit. And none of these people wanted to come here. When they was lynching and hanging niggas from trees, ain't nobody want to come over here until we fought and made shit equally right. Now let's go hold up real quick. Let's go back into the 19. Now remember, now really this is the American Indian Act, right? I gotta find that P. It's been a long time since I went on the Civil Rights Act, but it says formally American Indian Act. Um, let me see something right here. Oh, you know what? Let's deal with this right here. So look, Reconstruction and the New Deal era. Now read between the lines on this. I'm just going to touch on this real quick, right? It's in the 1983 landmark civil rights cases. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that Congress did not have the power to prohibit discrimination in the private sector, saying thus stripping the Civil Rights Act of 1875. It's saying of much of its ability to protect civil rights. It's saying in the late 1900s and 20th century, the legal jurisdiction for voiding the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was part of a larger trend to the United States Supreme Court majorities to invalidate most government regularies and saying of the private sector, except when dealing with law designed to protect traditional public morality. Now, the New Deal. Now, remember, check this out. I just want to add this since this shit is up there, right? The New Deal is when they took the gold and they start giving motherfuckers this. The New Deal is when pretty much the Rothschilds and you want Rothschilds, Rome, and also the royal families in London took over the United States. Prior to that, they didn't have no they like all that shit about Britain coming over here. That's all bullshit. The Britons that came over here was niggas. You understand what I'm saying? The Britons that came over here was niggas, and a lot of them stories that they telling you are actually agents that is getting that we're fighting off or whatever. But the New Deal is when they took the gold and they gave everybody social security cards and birth certificates, right? Now look, it's saying 1930 during the New Deal, the majority of the civil court, the Supreme Court justice gradually shifted their legal theory to allow the greater government regulation of the private sector. Now check this out. The private sector was also us. Now, when you see the Sir Solomon Jones films and you see the Negroes that was living outside of the European jurisdiction, we was the private sector because we wasn't part and pro sell to these people, right? Um, when I was saying in my last bill how the Rothschilds created the United States of America commercial constitution, right? And I think that was in 1867. It was in 1867. They funded these Slavics that got freed in the Civil War. And they gave them money under a lot of these so-called secret societies, whether it's the Knights Templars, Scottish Rites Freemason, whether it's the KKK, the Knights of the Golden Circle. All of these motherfuckers are all in cahoots with each other, right? They funded these people along with a lot of these outlaws that was running up in our banks and shit, taking like the Jesse James and Frank James. When you get into them niggas, who you think they was robbing? They weren't robbing none of these potato sack poor ass crackers who was living in fucking the goddamn desert where fucking tumbleweed and shit was blowing. They wasn't robbing them because understand what the part of the resources, right? Like I tell you, cotton, they try to take over the cotton industry, right? Then they try to take over the produce industry, which we had the stronghold of that. That's the main shit that people resources that people want. Besides all of this technology and all this shit, the main resources people wanted was fucking food and food, fire, water, and shelter, nigga. Then was the before Jordans and fucking cars and all this shit we see now. The main resources that people needed was food, fire, water, and shelter. So if they can control the fucking resources that people need the most, then they can control the actual fucking people. You understand what I'm saying? They can control the fucking people. So with the New Deal, right? when you get into, even like I said, the creation of Israel, right? The Berlin Conference, and I forgot the other shit that created Israel, right? The Berlin Conference and all that was when all these crackers started to get together and realize that they had to stick together for them to be able to survive, right? For them to stick together, for them to be able to survive. So when the New Deal was created, all of the gold that we had in Fort Knox, right? All of the forts was ours. All of the forts belonged to American Aborigines. Now you're gonna read stories that's gonna tell you other shit, but all of that, all of the forts was ours. All the forts, because it even tell you in the Dawes Rolls and the other acts that I was reading, for America was a Negro continent, right? In the Dawes Rolls, it tells you the control of the forts. If they had control of the forts, why would they need to reiterate that or reestablish that they needed to control the forts? We had the forts. The forts controlled the trade lines. The trade lines is moving through rivers to get to the main part of the main oceans to do import export. We was the people who ran that and controlled that. Let me make sure we still on. You know what I'm saying? We was the people who controlled that. We controlled the international trade lines, my nigga. We controlled that. But when in controlling the forts, now they can pretty much, and then that's the reason why they build a lot of these dams to close a lot of them down to shut off our trade routes. And they, like I said, and they was doing this shit. They was doing this a lot of times during World War I and World War II time. When World War I and World War II time, a lot of our military went over there to fight because we was told that these people was gonna come over here and try to take over. So we fought with some of these Europeans, and not knowing that a lot of them pretty much put us into a fucking trap for us to go over there for us to get fucking killed and kill off the military that our people already had. You know what I'm saying? We already had a military over here, right? So check this out, right? So now, boom, key things to get from the Civil Rights Act, right? Now, I just told you the New Deal. The New Deal was just something extra, right? The New Deal, like I said, that was the birth certificate when they created the birth certificate, right? And the sad thing about it is, I'm gonna tell you something too, right? This shit has a lot to do, which people don't want to talk about. I don't really want to say it, but it has a lot to do after Noble Drew Ali got killed. And a lot of people don't understand it, and I don't want to get into it because I'm not trying to really go back and forth with nobody about this shit. But after he was killed in 1927, after 1927 is when they came with this shit to go take the gold and then to give everybody a coupon, which is $1. $1 is what? $1 is a debt. $1 is a promise to pay. But see, that's when you dealing. If you know anything about the UCCs and you know about Article um what's that, the UCC 3, negotiable instruments. The negotiable instruments is the paper dollar. It was backed by the fucking gold and shit that they took. Also the oil that they took around that same time. Around the same time, when we go back and we look in like Boley, Oklahoma, and in Texas, all them places where black people had land, we had fucking oil. We had oil. Oil was money. You know what I'm saying? We had all of the resources. We had all of the food. We had all the cotton to make clothes, right? We had all of the ingenuity, right, to create inventions, right? We had all of that, right? We created the car. And I'm gonna show you how we created the fucking car in a minute, right? But so look, the key thing to take away from the 1964 Civil Rights Act, right? Which we never needed civil rights. We needed to stay segregated, stay away from these motherfuckers. Because once we integrated, now these people can control your resources and they can dictate who can work and who can't work. And they also can, that would lead to, the dope, the heroin being pumped in your community and the drugs. And like I said, with the education and all of this shit, that goes into the music and all of this other stuff that we see, right? So the Civil Rights Act, right? It says the landmark civil rights and labor law, right? Now, when it goes down, what did we see? It says it prohibited the unequal application of voter registration requirement, right? Racial segregation, right? In schools and public accommodations and employment discrimination. Keep that in mind. Now, this is in 1964, right? In 1964, they telling you niggas had employment discriminations. A lot of people couldn't get jobs once they forced a lot of us into their system. See, they forced us into their system by using the KKK. The KKK didn't work, right? Because even after the KKK, niggas is fighting them niggas off. So that shit didn't absolutely work. Even though that they show you videos of white people hanging certain people, they weren't just running through doing all that shit. We was fucking them niggas up. You understand what I'm saying? But then they had to use propaganda and start paying off our people. This is the reason why you see the talented 10. This is the reason why you see, even when you get into what's this bitch name? Morgan Sanger and Planned Parenthood. What did she say? She said we need black people like we need to kill them before they grow, right? Let's go get 3 good black pastors or 3 good black reverends to promote that we need to you know we need to kill off our offsprings, pretty much. I'm just summing it up because we know that they use sterilization, right? Sterilization was the first thing. Then they came up with the abortions, and then they started to control our food, and they started to say, all right, well, this food goes into the black neighborhood, and this food goes into the white neighborhood, right? In the white neighborhood, their food is good. In the black neighborhood, they got all types of chemicals and all this type of shit that is creating sterilization. Even today, sterilization is like they have a trick book. It's like a football play. They got mad plays that they running on us. Mad different plays that they running on us. And yeah, okay, if you don't get caught up in gang violence, then you fucking they find a way to kill you from cancer, right? You don't get caught up with cancer, you find a way to get on drugs. If you don't get killed from that, they have another fucking play. So they have different plays that's being ran simultaneously to our people, and our people are being picked apart simultaneously by these things. Now the next thing is, like I said, this immigration shit, and then to get our people to get us to convince us that this shit is good. Now I live in I don't live in the urban community, but I live like off the outskirts of the urban community, right? And I see all of these Mexicans and all these motherfuckers coming in here. Now I'm not gonna tell you, some of these niggas are self-sufficient because they know carpentry, they know brick mason, they know tangible skills that we used to be involved in, right? That we didn't gave up. We didn't gave this shit up to be entertainers and actors and shit. And fucking only fan models and shit. Nobody is doing nothing that's constructive. And I'm not saying nobody, because a lot of people are. You know what I'm saying? My brother Darvis, he does construction. I used to be into construction or whatever, but we talking about moving pieces and trades that people should be utilizing so that they can build up their properties and build up shit and make their communities worth something, as well as moralities. Find a way to get through to some of these YNs so that you can kind of like convince them that what they doing is harmful. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother thing, right? So the key thing to take away from 1965 civil rights. Now, they wasn't giving niggas civil rights, which we know that we had civil rights already. We already know we had civil rights. We already know we was living good. And like I said, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all already seen the Sir Solomon Jones film, but we're gonna get back into it, right? But we already know we was living good. We know we wasn't slaves, my nigga. We know we wasn't slaves, my nigga. It's no way you're gonna sit here and convince me that we was fucking slaves. I don't give a fuck. These niggas can come up here and they can regurgitate everything that they done heard from all of these agent ass motherfucking educators that come out here and tell them, oh, in slavery, it was fucked up. Well, if slavery existed, then how was Anthony Johnson in the beginning of slavery? He was given a 250-acre fucking plantation. Now, how many other niggas do you think had a 250-acre plantation? where he was masters over whites and blacks. And remember, the blacks are just the mulattoes, right, or the Negroes that came from the offspring of the European, of the black man sleeping with, or the American Aborigine sleeping with these Slavic women, creating these offsprings, whether it's a mestizo, a mulatto, a sambo, a quadroon, or a Negro. The Negro is also in that too because the Negro is the darkest one that look like us. That's why they called them Negro. They never called us no fucking Negroes. They just rewritten that into fucking history and got you thinking that these people had dominion over you to be calling you any of these terms until you enter their jurisdiction, and then they can control you and put you and enumerate you on their census records and put you down as what the fuck they want to put you down. Or you're no longer Indian. We didn't seen the 1860 census. We didn't seen how they say Indians that renounced their tribal rule and are now living within their jurisdiction are classified as fucking colored, nigga. And then after so much time, now you're classified as colored. Now you go into their system. Now they teaching you about this slavery shit and everything. And then 100 years later, you don't even you was an Indian, but then now you got the FBA shit that's kind of putting a twist on. Oh yeah, well we were slaves, and yeah, we try to get reparations and everything. And like I said, I'm not even trying to really shout out to FBA, but this is something different right here. This is something different right here. That's right. That's right. That's right. It was a stepping stone and saying we are, that's right, we're experiencing right now. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And that's what I'm trying to say. They ran so many plays, man. They ran plays on us, man. That's right. We got sabotaged. That's right. We got sabotaged. Listen, we had the Muskogee, the Tallahassee College, Muskogee College, Seminole College, Cherokee College. We had all of these motherfucking colleges, my nigga. All of these colleges. We had all of these colleges that we wasn't under the dominion of no European. No dominion of no European. So what was we learning before they put us into the fucking what's the shit? The Board of Education. That's funded by the Rockefellers. That's funded by the Rockefeller, the Carnegies, all of these motherfuckers, my nigga, and all of them niggas are Zionists. All of them niggas are Zionists, my nigga, and they running around here talking about they Judah. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, a lot of people may not believe, but the Hebrew shit, it goes hand in hand, even with us as American Indians. Because didn't like I said, I showed y'all that and John Beck bought that shit out. You know what I'm saying? And he's sometime flip flopping and shit, but he bought out that in the serpent mounds, they found the oldest Hebrew scripture, the oldest Ten Commandments. And he was saying at first they thought it was Cherokee, right? He was saying at first they thought it was Cherokee, right? Because we are them people. And now these people then hijacked that. They then turned you into slaves, right? Then on the land, they was originally the slaves, but now you the fucking slaves, right? Then they then convinced the world that they are the fucking tribe or Judah or Yahuda. You want to say because there's no J. You want to say Yahuda, and you want to get or Yahuda. All of that shit goes back into the whole fabric of even American Indian history that a lot of people don't fucking understand, man. They don't understand because I hear that being embraced all the way from the Nasser Garrett, the tribes that's in New York, the Shinnecock, the tribes that's in New Jersey, the tribes that's in Delaware, Pennsylvania, all the way through. Oh, I see that shit all in it. And a lot of people deny it. You know what I'm saying? Along with a lot of these different languages, right? But that's a whole nother thing, man. Um, that's a whole nother thing. Let's get into this, man. Peace of gods, man. Share the build out if you can, man. I'm thinking I'm getting back in the algorithm a little bit, but anywho, let's get to it. So now, like I said, the key thing is to take away from this is employment discrimination, right? employment discrimination. So let's just say, all right, well, boom, in the world we think of, because if you're sovereign, right, you shouldn't be asking these people for nothing. So that's a whole nother play to get you into their system, right? Why? Civil rights. You wasn't getting civil rights, and you wasn't. How the fuck you wasn't getting civil rights when we already seen that we had towns and we had cities and we had all of these monolithic things, and we invented and we made inventions and all of this shit before Martin Luther King decided to march and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And trick the people into trying to think that we need to we need to appease to the Europeans, because part of that appeasement of the civil rights was the fact that the KKK and them was running into these towns, burning these towns down, and flooding a lot of these towns at nighttime when our people were asleep. You know what I'm saying? And these are the same Slavics that may have been part of your plantations and part of living next to you, and you may have helped, but for the greater good, because even in a lot of these credos that these people got, right, you always hear it's for the embetterment of their race. If their race was so mighty, they was the Romans, they was the barbarians, they ran Europe and all that. Why did they need to enforce that? Because here they was fucking slaves, my nigga. And like I said, you got all these FBA motherfuckers who reading, because you can read a book doesn't make everything in that goddamn book true. And this is what niggas think. Oh, such and such said it. Oh, this prestigious a prolific professor said it, so therefore I should believe it. No, cross-reference that, my nigga. If you heard of it, there's nothing you're gonna sit here and tell me that's gonna convince me. If Anthony Johnson in 1629 was fucking free and he had a 250-acre plantation, then how many other black people that is not written into history that we don't know this about? Because we can see this even with the 18. And like I said, I like to emphatically cross-reference that, because it's like, wait a minute, man. You telling me you freed us in 1865, but in 1830, we got a whole book of black plantation owners. And they ain't owning black people, they owning fucking white people. But we're so convinced that the word slave denominates to being a Negro. And that's the same thing with these FBA. But if you say this shit out to these FBAs or whatever, share it out to them, man. Because like I said, man, the American Aborigines are we're the ones that kind of started talking about this. We're the ones that, even like some of the FBA said, we was already here, but they still believe in some of the slavery. White people was not running shit in 1492 when they telling you Columbus came here. Black people ran Europe, my nigga. And even if they want to tell you, oh, they kicked the Moors out of Al Andalus. They kicked the ones that was practicing the higher self over lower self faith, and then they try to implement the Christianity. But these people who implement the Christianity are still fucking Negroes. But they want, oh, they kicked the Moors out of Europe. So the white people kicked the Moors out of Europe, right? And then the Moors came back here or whatever, right? But then people not thinking that Rome, the Holy Roman Emperor in the 1500s was Charles V, who we hadn't seen the images of. We didn't seen the images of it. So a black man is running a nation that's mixed with black people and white people. No, niggas ran this shit, right? Niggas had dominion, whether they was Christians, whether they created that Catholicism shit, right? Um, or whatever their belief system was, right? Well, we don't know. We went to war with people who look like us. And then the European came in and they got some type of power. Whether it's black people, or if you want to say it's is copper colored people that's controlling them and putting these people in power now, right? Like the chessboard, right? Playing them against us. But key thing to take away from this: employment discrimination. Now, if niggas was being discriminated in 1964 from jobs, right? Because I hear this too, right? I hear a lot of niggas, right? A lot of Negroes saying that, oh, we fought for immigrants to come over. No, we did not. We did not fight for them to come over here. They used that as a fucking way to undermine us, my nigga. Why would we fight? Why would in 1964, if we're fighting for employment, if we're fighting against employment discrimination, why in 1965 would we right what would we fight for immigrants to come over? Because they undermined the meaning if your ass decided to boycott or you decided to go on some type of strike or something to fight for these rights, then they always had another work class to come in. But also part of this is part of the Knights of the Golden Circle thing. What was the gold? The Golden Circle was to control the Caribbean and Central and South America, right? Now niggas like, oh well, some of the rednecks they not smart enough to the KKK wasn't just redneck. The KKK, like I said, was the Rockefellers, my nigga, the Carnegies, the fucking all of these niggas, my nigga, and it was funded. Check this out. Y'all can't see this, but let me read this real quick. Check this out, right? Now look, y'all can't see it, but hold up. Y'all can't see it, so I'm just gonna read it, right? And I'm actually gonna put this in another bill that I'm doing, right? But you know what? Hold on one second. Before I read this, I gotta go run to the men room real quick. Give me 1 second, people. Hit that like button, share the build. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute, rather. All right, I'm back. So check this out real quick, right? So boom, it said, what role did the Rothschilds play in the American Civil War? Right. Now this ain't got nothing. This is just extra. This is some extra shit I'm just getting into real quick, right? So all right, so it's an American Civil War is usually seen as a battle over slavery, states' rights, and national unity. But some researchers and historians argue that there may have been more going on behind the scenes, particularly in the world of international finance. One theory is the powerful Rothschild banking family, which dominated European finances in the 19th century, played a hidden role in the war. According to this view, the Rothschild supported the Confederate financial. Is saying while Russia opposed their influence over and backed the Union, right? Now remember, Russia is part of when they say the Tartarians, right? Or some niggas say the Moors that was up there, right? But it said, look, it say Russia opposed their influence and backed the Union, right? The Union was us. The Confederate was the Slavs, my nigga, right? This is when you get into Albert Pike and what's the nigga name? Oh my God, I can't think of the other nigga from Tennessee right now. The other two Jew, because John C. Calhoun, who created the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and also what's the other guy now? I can't think of his name. You guys know. Oh my God, what the fuck is the nigga name, man? From Tennessee. Oh, it's gonna come to me in a minute. Give me a second. It's gonna come to me in a minute, right? So look. So look, listen to this, right? It said the Civil War as a banker war. right? Now, listen, even when you get into Andrew Jackson, right? Because they 1 minute, they try to tell you Andrew Jackson was a nigga, okay? He was a nigga. And they tells you that they have a speech where Andrew Jackson say that he tried to stop the bankers and trying to stop the influence of what they call the Federal Reserve, right? That was a runoff of the Federal Reserve at that time. Even though that they tell you all these stories about Andrew Jackson was a nigga. You understand what I'm saying? The same thing with fucking Thomas Jefferson. He was a nigga. He was a nigga, okay? He was a fucking nigga. We already got the descriptions of what they say he looked like, and it don't look nothing like the paintings that they fucking got. Okay, now check this out. Hold up. Nathan Forrest Better. He was part of the Confederates, and all of these niggas was sly. All these niggas was mulattoes, my nigga. All of these niggas was mulattoes. Albert Pike was a mulatto. Nathan Forrest Better was a mulatto, and so on, so on, so on. None of these people was identifiably all white, right? So look, it says when the American Civil War broke out in 1861, the Rothschild had more financial influence in Europe and perhaps any other family. The theory suggests they saw an opportunity in a divided America and fractured the republic. The republic would be weaker, more dependent on foreign capital. Now check this out. The foreign capital came when they took the Slavics, when they freed the Slavics, and they funded them to create the United States of America. That's why these niggas are. That's why they have to do anything that really Israel is not at power. The people at power are the banking systems that is funded by Rome. That's also funded by the royal family. The royal family and Rome controls Israel. Israel don't control, they control that. You know what I'm saying? They control that, but they also control the Slavics who was here because they couldn't own no land. They didn't have no resources. So these niggas came in and funded them and created the United States of fucking America under our fucking noses. Simultaneously, these people went and started flooding our towns and burning our towns and trying to get us into their jurisdiction so they can control the cotton trade and control all of the other produce resources, my nigga. This is what actually happened that a lot of motherfuckers don't clearly understand. Okay? They don't understand that, right? Mm. Now check this out. Now look, let me go. It says a fractured republic would be weaker, more dependent on foreign capital, and easier to control, my nigga. Now, I say supporters of this theory claim that the Rothschilds use indirect channels. It's saying such as Emily Erlanger and company, right? It's saying French bank, which family ties to the Rothschilds to fund the Confederacy through the cotton-back bonds, nigga. The cotton-back bonds was ours. It said, meanwhile, President Lincoln's decision to print greenbacks. It's saying government issue money not borrowed from the international bank may be seen as a direct challenge to their financial model. Now, look, who killed Lincoln? Which was a nigga, right? John, what's the name, Booth, which they say he became the Carnegie. But he was also part of the Knights of the Golden Circle, right? Now look, hold up, I can't pull this shit up right now, but he was part of the Knights of the Golden Circle, right? Which all of that shit was funded by the Rothschilds, my nigga, all of it. Knights of Templars, Scottish Rite Freemasons, all of them niggas was under Rome, under the royal family, and all them niggas was under the Rothschilds. Okay, the Rothschilds is just a pendant of Rome. They don't run nothing. I mean, they run shit, but they created the financial system, which, and that's like I said, all of that shit go back to Aborigines or black people who was running all that shit over there. and somehow these people hijack the shit, or they put these people as front men to be the front of all this shit. Yeah, Lincoln. Listen. Lincoln was a nigga. Swazi is what did Abraham Lincoln say? Most of Europe is Swazi, Asia, and all of these other, and he said, and willingly so America. All these places are Swazi. How do 3% of the world's population run everything? And then they got you confused, and now you got white Jews who are from Europe, who are Europeans, my nigga, who are Europeans, nigga. Talking about these are the tribe of Judah or God's chosen people, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, come on, man. So look, say I must read that again. Say, meanwhile, President Lincoln's decision to print greenbacks. It's saying government issue money, not borrow from the international banks. America ball well in the creation of the United States of America, they ball fucking money. That's how they created the fucking Federal Reserve, right? That's how they use these motherfucking militia groups to go around and take our fucking gold, nigga, and then make us take on these birth certificates and social security numbers, my nigga. This is what happened. Because the Knights of Gold Circle, the KKK, and all of these niggas are funded by these same fucking people, my nigga. They're funded by the same people. Okay? Now check this out. Let me read some more, right? Now, hold up. I don't need to get into this. Hold up. Let me see something real quick. All right, boom. All right, now check this out. It say Russia and Lincoln and alliance of sovereignty. Russia and Lincoln. Now, when they tell you about Alexander, whatever, all of these pictures of people in Russia was niggas. All of these people, when they tell you the Tartarians, they telling you that these people was niggas, my nigga. All of that shit came back to America. America is centralization. It was the centralization hub for all of the shit that went on in Europe, that went on through, that just went on through the whole Americas, through Europe, through some parts of Africa, right? North Africa, mainly, right? Because West Africa and all that shit wasn't established. All that shit was primitive. All them people over there that claim these motherfuckers come over here from Africa and claim that they were so smart. No, you wasn't, nigga. You wasn't smart until they used our technology to create these curriculums and put them into a lot of these universities. And now everybody come over here to learn the science of the gods, nigga, which is us. Which is us. The science of the motherfucking gods, my nigga. Share the build out, man. Hit that like button, right? So look, check this out, right? So it's a Russia and Lincoln and alliance of sovereignty. It's a during the war, it's saying Taras Alexander the second sent Russian fleets to American ports in New York and South San Francisco. Mainstream historians say that this was to protect Russia. Interesting during a tense time in Europe, but some believe it was a warning to Britain, France, and their banking elites do not interfere with the Union. Lincoln and Alexander shared something rare, a desire to keep their nations free from the international banking control. The banking control is the Rothschild. The Rothschilds freed the Slavics and the white slaves in the fucking South or whatever by all of this stuff. When you get into Nathan Farmer's better, you get into all this other stuff. You get into what's the nigga name we just said? What's the fuck is the nigga name? My bad. The Skywright Freemason dude. Oh my god, I can't think of his fucking name right now. Sorry about that, y'all. Um, moral and dogma. The author moral and dogma. I can't think of it. I just said his fucking name. Albert Pike, right? Right, Albert Pike, right? All of these niggas. So let me see something real quick. I got something notes up here. Hold on 1 second. So look, check this out. Now, Now look, it says Rothschild, Judah Benjamin, and the Knights of the Golden Circle. Now this is a whole nother one. This is a whole nother one I'm getting into, right? Now check this out. Let me see something. All right, fuck it. Let's get into this, right? So look, all right, saying in 1854, I guess this is how you pronounce the name. Gargus assisted Freemason Killian Van Rensselaer in funding the Masonic Front Organization. The Masonic Front Organization, the Knights of the Golden Circle in Cincinnati, Ohio. The Knights of the Golden Circle immediately absorbed the Masonic operatives in the young America, becoming the military pre-organization of the Confederates, right? It's saying 45, the Knights of the Golden Circle rolled west across the Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. It's saying then south along the Mississippi River, right? It's saying the Gulf of Mexico and east into Maryland, Virginia. Along the way, they opened castles, which they took the castles, right? It's saying and signed up recruits. Freemason John Quitman opened the castle of the Knights in Jackson, Mississippi. Likewise, Albert Pike opened one in New Orleans. It's saying through the Mazzini Mafia, which later entered the United States following the Civil War. One of the recruits initiated. Now, check this out. Check this out, right? If these niggas was for to free slaves, right? Do you think they was for to free your ass? No, they was for to free fucking white people. That's why these people are so intertwined into this whole freeing slavery shit, because it wasn't to free us. We was already free, right? So it says, it's saying one of the recruits initiated into the Knights of the Golden Circle was General and Freemason P.T. Beauregard. It's saying 1818, 1890, a West Point graduate of 1838, and the brother of, now remember, West Point is the what? The Marines, right? At that point in time, them establishments was all niggas, and a lot of these niggas who are intertwined in these are mulattoes, right? It's saying the brother-in-law in Louisiana, political boss Freemason John Slildon is saying is credited with starting the Civil War. Right now, look, why would they start the Civil War if they didn't want to free black people? They wanted to take the land from us. They wanted to take the land and then create all of this chaos among the people who was working with, which was these Slavics, right? It's saying with a surprise attack on Sumter in 1861. Now, if you know anything about Sumter, you know that that was an American Indian fort. You know it was American Indian Fort, because we didn't talked about this shit plenty of times, right? It's saying long before Fort Sumter, however, Caleb Crusher realized that the anti-slavery North and the pro-slavery South was far removed from the geographical to start civil war over slavery. A division between neighbors is saying in close proximity had to be created before a war would break out. Nationality, such as a division, was guaranteed by the first order of congressional business during the Pierce administration. It's saying a passage of Kansas-Nebraska Act. The act called the Nebraska Territory to be divided into territories of Kansas and Nebraska, saying who residents would then determine whether slavery will be permitted or not. It's saying when the bill passed, the terrible aftermath of the predictable, outrageous act of murder and arson was committed mostly. Hold up. Was committed mostly by pro-slavery Missourians, and salvage cold-blooded massacres were committed by white abolitionists under the command of John Brown. Now check this out. Remember, John Brown, all of this white abolitionist shit, right? White people were the slaves. The abolitionists wasn't our friends. See, they got you. They didn't convince you that you was a slave and the abolitionist was with you. No, the abolitionist was trying to free white slaves, my nigga. Now, I don't want to read the whole entire thing because I'm kind of putting this in it, but I just want to kind of put it into some kind of perspective, right? Um, I wanted to put it into perspective. Let me see something right here. All right, bet. I'm gonna read this right here and read this next paragraph, and then I'm gonna get into this Immigration Act since I brought this shit up, right? So it said, meanwhile, the newly formed Republican Party nominated Abraham Lincoln as its presidential candidate. It's saying Lincoln, not a Mason, won the election. It's saying the same Brinkenridge was elected as U.S. Senator from Kentucky. It's saying at the beginning of the Civil War, Brinkenridge defended the South in the Senate and soon entered the Confederate service, saying for which act was expelled from the Senate on December 4th, 1861. Freemason John Davis, president of the Confederate state, appointed Breckinridge as the Secretary of War. It seemed likely that Albert Pike had instigated the process of the secession. Now, remember, secession, if you go back and read what the word, because remember, the Civil War was a secession war, right? Secession also means um like to separate, but secession also means the land, right? But check this out, right? It said, hold up. He instigated the secession immediately after Lincoln election. It said, for example, on December 20th, 1860, the state of South Carolina, headquarters of the Southern jurisdiction of the Freemasonry, right? It's saying was the first state to succeed. On the same day, the state of Mississippi, whose secessionist organization has been created by the Scottish Rite leader John A. Quitman, followed the South Carolina led, and on the same day, Freemason John Floyd, Secretary of War under the still presiding President Buchanan, performed another act of treason by ordering the arsenal, the no, Allegheny Arsenal at Pittsburgh to send 113 heavy combat cannons and 11 32-pound cannons to undefend the U.S. forts at the Ship Island, Mississippi, and Galveston, Texas, where they could be seized by the insurrectionists. You got it. So I don't want to get all into this, but I just want to kind of give you a play that, it, like I said, and this is kind of titled The Rothschilds, Judah Benjamin, and the Knights of the Golden Circle. So like I said, I'm doing another bill where I'm gonna go a little bit more in depth with this shit or whatever. But just to know, like I said, just to support what I just said about the Civil War and how the Rothschilds funded the so-called they funded the Confederacy, right? But they tell you two stories about the Confederacy because one story of them a lot of them was mulattoes, right? But a lot of them niggas was fighting so that they can free fucking white people, my nigga. It wasn't to free no fucking black people. It was a free white motherfucker. And then once they freed them, they funded these people and they created the United States of America. And then they gave them money to they gave them money to create the government. Now we wasn't part of their government. What did they use? They used these same niggas, the Knights of the Golden Circle, the Skywrite Freemasons, these Masonic groups to infiltrate a lot of our shit, right? And then it caused chaos and havoc, right? Burn a lot of our towns down. Oppress us. And not when I say oppression came in the fact of trying to intimidate us. Now, most of us, we was fighting back and we were truly intimidated. That's the reason why they started to use people like Martin Luther King and all of this shit to kind of like get us under their jurisdiction. But even like he said, when Martin Luther King said, what do you think he mean by I integrated my people into a burning building? Meaning we didn't need to be integrated into these people's society. They tricked your ass to do that, and now we're stuck here. And now that they can fucking control us, and we have no place else to go back. Some of us still got family in the South, but a lot of people they don't. Cause a lot of these towns and shit was burnt down, and people ain't had no choice but to go into these European jurisdictions, man. All right, so look, boom. So let's go back to this just real quick, right? So Civil War, right? Key thing to take away from it that I'm highlighting, right? Employment discrimination, right? Employment discrimination, right? So now look, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Cause a lot of these niggas, right? They believe a lot of so-called black people believe that we fought for our brothers and sisters to come from Africa and to come from no, we did not. We did not fight for these people. These people use these people as fucking pawns. They use them as pawns. And why would they? Let me see something. Hold up, real quick. All right, hold up. Now check this out. We could read this shit, right? So the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, the Hart-Celler Act, right? Right. So it says more than 4 decades after the passage of the 1924 Reed-Johnson Act, Congress legislated a system of immigrant control to replace. Now, look, to replace discrimination, national origin systems. Right. It's saying the new system implemented preferences which polarized families, reunification, 75% employment, 25% and refugee status, 5% spouse, minor children, and parents remain the non-quota immigrants, right? It says each country received the same annual cap of 20,000, and for that, no, for the first time, countries in the American hemisphere, right, face numeric caps on immigration. The law opened the door to non-European immigrations, an unprecedented number, with many arriving through the employment preferences. The heavily educated workers to this contributed to the image of Asian Americans who have immigrated predominantly since 1965 as model minorities. Now, look, so they threw us under the same system. Now, my daughter gonna call me now. Hold on for a second, man. That's my daughter. Hold up. She gonna call me now while I'm doing a goddamn bill. Hold on. All right, my bad. My daughter going to school to be a paramedic, and she just told me she failed the test by like 10 points, but it's all G. I told her, hey, keep your head up, kiddo, and retake it immediately, right? All right, so hold up. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, let me get back into it. All right, so look, so let's get back into it. Where the fuck was I? Right here. All right, as model minorities, right? Now, even the term minority is a play on who's the majority and who's the minority. So minorities is anybody who's less than the majority of Europeans saying that they're the majority of the population, right? By using like that's some eugenics and white supremacy. That's being a minority, and being a minority is dividing people according, and they telling you, oh, we're the majority of the people and you're the minority of the people. So you would think that, oh, it's more white people than it is, and everybody else that come here, we would never be the majority because Europeans always gonna be the minority. Now, like I said, oh, hold up. Hold on, let me see something. My bad, y'all. Hold up. Okay. All right. All right, but even the play on my minority and majority is a eugenics talking point because that keeps you in the mind of one person being inferior and the other person being superior, right? Oh, you're the minority, so you're the minors compared to we're the majority. There's more of us than it is of you. So that's to keep you mentally in line too, right? But however it go, right? So it say, however, because the law does not provide for immigration by unskilled workers in sectors like agriculture, construction, and domestic service, it forests a growing population of unauthorized immigrants who are gainfully employed by the lawful means to immigrate. It's a majority of unauthorized immigrants are from poor countries in America seeking greater opportunity and wealth I mean, in the wealthier United States. Now let's stop there for a second, right? Now, why would they create an act like this a year after they create the Civil Rights Act that clearly said, if I'm not mistaken, I clearly put emphasis on it says the civil rights, it says it oh matter of fact, let's go back here real quick. It say it prohibits unequal applications of voter registration requirements, racial segregation in schools and public accommodations, and employment discrimination. Now, why the fuck, if you got people who been here well, not been here, but you have a small group of American Aborigines who you then forced into their jurisdiction, and now they're fighting for equal rights. And now one of the equal rights that they're fighting for is employment discrimination. Why the fuck would you bring immigrants here at the same time? And they unskilled workers. And they unskilled workers at the same time. Why would they do that? Somebody please tell me. Please explain this shit to me because I'm confused. Please explain this to me. Why would they do that simultaneously at the same goddamn time? Because that was to undermine us. And you got all of these so-called black ponders. Oh, we fought for you guys to come here. We fought. No, they know you did not. The system did that to undermine your dumb ass. All of these so-called black politicians who fight for these people to come over here don't know that they doing you an injustice because the only thing you doing is helping these people come over here and get benefits. They don't want to give you no benefits, right? They don't want to give you no reparations, but they can send $4 billion across to another country, right? When they haven't handled the situation that was handled here. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, part of that is because they know if they ever gave black people reparations, these Europeans here would not like that, and that will cause a civil war. That will cause another civil war. because Europeans are like, well, why you giving black people? These motherfuckers, some of them are fixed on it. Some of them want black people to get reparations and think that, you know, it was an injustice done. The other ones just don't fucking care. They just don't care. They don't they is oblivious to the shit that happened to our people, you know, the racial injustice, you know, all this stuff. They're oblivious to this stuff. They see it, but they don't want to be there. Oh, well, that happened so long ago, and this, that, and the third. But then that goes to show you the nature of the fucking beast, right? So remember, employment discrimination, my nigga. Okay, employment discrimination. This Immigration Act of and Nationality Act of 1965, Hart-Celler Act, was a motherfucking play. It was a way to usurp us. It was a way to infiltrate. It was a way to show you that, okay, since you niggas want to boycott and you niggas want to shut our businesses down, we're going to bring people from poor countries over here to work. And your ass, in the same process that you fill out an application for a job, there's gonna be another motherfucker who only got a green card or a visa who's gonna get the job over the people who they discriminated a year prior. You understand? Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat room. What do you guys see about this shit? What do you see? Right now, you got these niggas, right? You got these niggas, right? Who was saying, and even a Tad, even the 1866 Civil Rights Act was an act that was made for Slavics, right? Who had Indian ancestry. They still trying to place that on us, right? And that kind of like the 1866 Immigration Act. The only wording in there is slaves, right? It's slaves. They don't tell you the ethnicity of the slaves. They don't tell you none of that shit. But because we were so fixed on thinking that we was the motherfucking slaves, that they was talking about us. But in the grand scheme of thing, they wasn't talking. They was talking about these fucking Slavics that had and a lot of white people do got American Aboriginal lineage. They do. That's the one, and especially the ones you know that got English names. They got our, well, not English names. That got our last name: Jackson, Jefferson, Evans, Browns, Greens. All of these. The ones that got them names is the ones that you know was definitely under our rule. That's why they have our last fucking names. Okay. Yeah, but look, check this out. Look, Paradise Mac, right? So look, you got all of these niggas out here, right? That's talking about, oh, well, black people fought for. No, you did not. You did not fight for them. Martin Luther King didn't fight for them to come here. And I was trying to find a clip that where he was saying that immigration is going to be detrimental to so-called the Negro. I'm trying to find a clip. I could not find the clip of him saying that or whatever. And his daughter even came out, and I couldn't even find that clip. Like they wiped that shit off the internet, right? But how they go, right? So we run around. Oh, we fought for Africans. No, you did not. You stupid. Why would you fight for some people to come over here and you ain't got rights? Why would you, if you already got children? Why would you adopt other kids and then give them? And you can't even feed your children, but now you got more mouths to fucking feed. Why would you do that? It makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. The only sense it can make of is that they did that to purposely replace you. Now check this out real quick. Let's go to something else. I'm gonna come back to it though. Let me see something. I'm gonna come back to it. What's this? Let me see something. Okay. Hold up. I think it was here. All right, boom. Let's go here.
Respect for Black Americans is getting out of control. So I had watched a video clip that I'm about to show you guys of a group of immigrants who were from Minneapolis, Minnesota, mostly Somalis, that flew their ass from Minneapolis to Selma, Alabama to do a march on the Edmund Pettus Bridge that our ancestors did for the civil rights movement, I think back in 1965. Obviously, that was an infamous movement. And so they went down there claiming to be in solidarity or something like that with the civil rights movement, and basically made it about their whatever struggles that they're having with ICE and with their immigration situation, basically made it about them as if it's the same thing. I'm gonna go ahead and play that clip for you guys.
But the movement has transformed from them and then to us and now. This is our moment because our time has come to defend our rights. This is one step in that great legacy. Let's march with solemnity. Keep hope alive! 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 Se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se ve, se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se siente, Minnesota está presente. Se ve, se siente, Minnesota está presente. Somebody! 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 Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday.
It feels super disrespectful to me, and I actually had a really hard time watching that clip. It just made me cringe. It made me feel like, I don't know if it was the ancestors coming about me, because our ancestors don't play about us. I don't feel like that was an appropriate move to make. I really don't. Especially with the climate and everything that's going on with people saying that Black Americans need to be out there protesting and marching or protesting and fighting ICE for the immigrants and fighting so illegal immigrants can come into the country as they please and take over and scam and fraud the system. And we're supposed to be in support of that, right? That we're supposed to fight ICE and fight the government on behalf of illegal immigrants, right? So I feel like this was an intentional disrespect. I feel like it was a slap in the face, because why would you fly your ass down there? And then under the guise that is in solidarity with the civil rights movement, a very important movement to our people, right? So it was disrespectful. And I don't know how else to really look at that, no matter how they try to flip it. I could see through the bullshit, talking about human rights or immigrant rights or all humans have rights or something like that. And it's like, nobody ever said that immigrants didn't have rights, didn't have human rights. You're fighting for the right to not have to file immigration paperwork. You think you're going through some type of struggle because you have to file some papers and show proof that you are legally allowed to live and work.
Nah, Monaga. Nah, Woodrow Wilson was, all of these niggas are pundits of the Rockefellers. Trust and believe that. Because understand this too, right? When the United States of America was created, right? They created a fucking corporate structure, right? The electoral college is the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Rothschilds, and all that. So these are the niggas who own that own the stock in the corporation. So when they always tell you about the electoral colleges, these are the motherfuckers who run it. These are the people who have stock in the United States of America Corporation, which it wasn't a corporation when it was the United States for America. The United States for America was our shit. Okay? The United States of America is some co-optic shit that is the reason we see all of this shit going on. You know what I'm saying? We see all of this shit going on because no matter what president you get in there, They always they're gonna keep sending money across seas no matter what. They're gonna keep getting into these wars for resources. They're gonna keep trying to steal. And like the crazy thing is too, right? The first play on us was that we had the oil. We had the oil. Okay, we had oil. So even when you get into Iran and all that shit, when you get into, let me see something real quick. They said that in Boley, Oklahoma, Boley produced 3,000 barrels of oil daily, nigga, and this shit was running through the hands of niggas. You understand? And then who went down there and took over that shit? Who became the war barons and became the oil barons? The Rockefellers and all of these other niggas. So all that shit when they tell you about Black Wall Street, oh, it was started by a race riot. Oh, we after slavery, you fuck. Listen, my nigga, we don't know how old Tulsa, Oklahoma was. We don't know how it's 50 other towns that was similar to Black Wall Street running simultaneously to all this. But they don't want to tell you about that because then you're gonna start questioning, well, how the fuck after slavery did niggas build all this without white people influence? How did black people know how to do commerce and know how to do business and know how to control and create their own government if no white people was involved in it? Because them towns been going on down there. And even they will even tell you that, oh, the lady who created Boley, Oklahoma, her land was no, she inherited that land from her Creek ancestors. But we're gonna get into that, man. Let's get back into this, man. Peace of God says hit that like button, man. Share the build out, man.
Work here. You fighting again. You're fighting and marching for your right to fraud the taxpayers, to fraud the system and get free money and not offer no real services. Just take from the system that you ain't never even paid into. That's what you're fighting for, because I don't really see anything else that you would be fighting. ICE is not just going out slicing motherfuckers up and taking people down left or right for no reason. Your struggles are not our people's struggles. It is not the same thing. So for them to take their asses down there and march on that and on the Edmund Pettus Bridge and try to make it seem like it's the same thing and overshadow our people.
And I'm gonna say this too. All of the Democrats are funded by all them people. They tell you all the Democrat senators and that's congressmen and women, they all have a so-called Israeli handler. They all get money. And like I said, then this shit is like they are being bribed to they are being bribed to destroy their own people, my nigga. You understand? They're being bribed. That's why, even like I said, the whole reparation shit, you got all these FBAs keep talking about reparation. Like I said, no disrespect to the FBAs, because FBA has a place in this, but we talking about the real foundational Americans, nigga, which is the Atanchans, nigga, which is the American Aborigines, nigga, the people who came from the fucking soil itself. You know, peace to the motherfucking guys, nigga. We came from the fucking soil. We are the foundational Black Americans is built on top of the American Aborigine Indian autochthonous people who was already here. So it don't get no more foundational than in the fucking Atanchon, nigga. Do we need to pull a goddamn definition up of what a Tauntaun is? One sprung from the goddamn soil. That's us. That's us. And these foundational Black Americans that's out here promoting this we were slaves and all this other shit. Like, you know, like I said, they have a place, but at the end of the day, we wasn't no fucking slaves, my nigga. You promoting what you're being told, or you regurgitating all of this inorganic history that our people never really went under. Don't get no more foundation than autochthonous ones. Don't get no more foundational than that, nigga. And look up the word autochthonous. AUTOCHTHON. Okay? Look up that word. That's an autochthon. Look that word up. Foundational Black Americans. Look that word up. And like I said, I'm not going in on it because a lot of them do be out here going against these motherfucking tethers, and a lot of these motherfuckers who be talking up. Like I said, a lot of these people who are here via the Hart-Celler Act, the 1965 Immigration Act, which was created to usurp us and undermine our fucking people, my nigga, and to put these people into your neighborhoods, my nigga. You understand? So let's get back into the young lady because she's saying
people in our people's movement feels disrespectful to me. I don't know how y'all view it, but that's how I took it. I could barely get through that video. I just was cringing the whole time. My great grandmother, who was born in 1914, she got into an accident when she was right around my age, so which had to be in like the late 1940s, and her face was disfigured in this accident. Bad, she was hurt really bad. The only hospitals that were around were white only. There were no Negro hospitals. They would not service her. So they had to find, she almost died because they had to try to find a Negro hospital. God knows how many miles, God knows, she was probably feeling like she was on her deathbed, how much pain she was in. She had permanent scarring on her face from being disfigured, from getting into an accident and not being able to get any medical care right away, right? So those are the types of struggles that our people went through. Those are the types of struggles that they went through. Not having to file paperwork. Like, how entitled and just out of touch with reality do you have to be to even compare those two things? It's like they don't even understand what our people went through at all, and why this would even be seen as, to me, it's a mockery. I see it as a mockery. And it's just.
Here's why your knee pain keeps coming back, and the easiest way to fix it without pills, shots, or surgery. I'm going to show you.
Like, what our people were fighting against, real oppression.
It was a march that changed the course of civil rights in the United States, but it came at a cost. On March 7, 1965, civil rights activists began a trek from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama, but were savagely halted by police. The graphic images of peaceful protesters being attacked were shown around the world, highlighting the deep-seated racism that still existed in the southern United States. Those who took part in the protest remember it like it was yesterday. Linda Lowry was a teenager at the time.
I was 14 years old. We hadn't done anything to anybody to deserve what they had done. I saw it as meanness and pure hatred.
Reverend F.D. Reese remembers too. He helped organize the march.
We saw a line of state troopers across the highway, and we were asked to not go any further, that we were going to be denied the right to continue that march. And so we were somewhat concerned about that, and decided that we were not going to turn unless we would turn. And that particular decision caused the state troopers then to move in on us with their billy clubs clutched on both ends, and literally went down the line of marchers, toppling us over as if you topple bowling pins in a bowling alley.
all right, y'all. Now check this shit out. Look. The Selma to Montgomery marches, right? They say Selma to Montgomery marches were 3 protested marches held in 1965. Now, look, this is the same year that they created the Hart-Celler Act, right? They say along a 54-mile highway. So these Negroes walk 54 fucking miles, nigga. Most marathons be what, 20 miles? Like most marathons be what, 20, maybe 30 miles the most. These niggas walked in hard bottom shoes, nigga. These niggas ain't had no motherfucking Vapor Maxes or no goddamn new tech Nikes or some fucking running shoes. These niggas had suits, hats, overcoats, and motherfucking hard bottoms on, right? So boom, it said the marches were organized by nonviolent activists to demonstrate the desire of African American citizens to exercise their constitutional right to vote in defiance of segregationist repression. It's saying they were part of a broader voter rights. It's saying movement under the Selma. I'm sorry, underway in Selma and throughout the American South. By highlighting racial issues, they contributed to passage that year. It's saying of the Voting Right Act. It's saying a landmark federal achievement of the civil rights movement. Right now, listen, we already. I don't need to go into what happened. Y'all already know the story. Y'all already know these niggas was getting hit over the head with nightsticks. That's why they call it the March, bloody Selma March. You understand what I'm saying? And then you got these motherfucking immigrants, right? That come here from these third world fucking countries, commit fraud, right? And then now that ICE is sending them, now that they see how vicious these Europeans are, right? Now they want to sit here and fight. Nah, nigga, you ain't got no rights, nigga. No one brought you over here against your will. You signed up for this shit, my nigga. You signed up for this shit, right? Look, let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Check this shit out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up real quick. Let me see. Hold up real quick. Let me see. No, that ain't it. Hold up. So hold up. I'm looking for the naturalization questionnaires. Hold up. Let me see something real quick. Bear with me. Now look, this is what these niggas signed up for when they came over here. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. All right, hold up. All right, boom. Hey, yo, hold up. Check this out. This is gonna be a heavyweight bill. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. I found it. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Look, we gonna run through this shit real quick. Check this out. Look. So look, check this out. Right, look. This is civil history and government questionnaires for naturalization test, right? So look, it says the y'all gotta bear with me because I'm reading. I ain't got my other screen up. This shit is small as fuck. All right, let me open it all the way up. All right, so it said 100 civic history and government. It's saying questions and answers for naturalization tests are listed below. It's saying the civic test is an oral test, and the USCIS officer will ask the applicant up to 10 to 100 civic questions. Right now, look, check this out. Look, check this shit out. Boom, we got it. Boom. Let me see something. Hold up. Let's go down. All right. So look, check this out. So these are the questions that they ask people when they get naturalized, when they become United States citizens in America, right? So it says, what is the supreme law of the land? The Constitution. What does the Constitution do? Set up the government, define the government, protects the rights the basic rights of Americans, right? Now, remember, these people are not Americans. We're the We're the Tonchons and the Aborigines and American Indians, right? It's saying the idea of government and is in the first three words of the Constitution. What are these words? We the people. What is the amendment? A change to the Constitution, in addition to the Constitution, right? So it says, what do we call the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights? What is the one right or freedom from the First Amendment, right? Speech, religion, assembly, press, and petition to the government. They say how many amendments does the Constitution have? 27, right? Look, this is the shit that they ask these people. So these people come over here, right? And now they over there marching on some pseudo march, which these people got all the rights. They come from these fucking shithole countries or whatever, where they impoverish, and they come here, and then all of a sudden now, because they getting sent back because they committing fraud, and these people are forcing themselves to be in America or in the United States, now they want to march and act like they are being somehow oppressed or they being discriminated. No, nigga, you came here willingly, nigga. You came here willingly. Nobody asked you to come over here. You came here willingly, and that same thing with the rest of these motherfuckers, right? So these are the questions that they ask these motherfuckers. I'm only at 8. It's 100 of them. But look, let me see something real quick. So it asks all these questions. It's saying name one branch or part of government. Congressional, legislative, president, executive, the courts, judicial, right? It's saying what stops one branch of government from becoming too powerful. Checks and balances, separation of power, right? It's saying who is in charge of the executive branch? The president. Who makes the federal laws? Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, the U.S. or national legislation, right? It's saying what are two parts of the U.S. Congress? The Senate and the House of Representatives. How many senators are there? 100, right? Look, but check this shit out. Hold up. I'm going to go down. Hold up. Let's go down real quick. Let's go down. I'm going to show you what these people really know about us, because it's in you have to study this shit, because you don't know what 10 questions they're going to ask you, right? You don't know what 10 questions they're going to ask you. Now look, you get to the part right here where American history, right? Look, hold up. Look at this shit here. Y'all gonna laugh at this shit. Listen to this shit here, Negroes. Listen to this shit here, right? So it say, what is one of the reasons the colonists came to America? Freedom, political liberty, religious freedom, economic opportunity, practice their religion, and escape from persecution. Who lived in America before the Europeans arrived, nigga? American Indians, Native Americans. Now listen to this shit here. It says, what group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? African and people from Africa, nigga. Okay, so these people, like I said, even if you don't believe in this shit, they separated the two. The people who lived in America before Europeans was brought here as slaves, right? Right? The Europeans was brought here as slaves, right? With the creation of the incubator babies and all of this other shit that we see, which sped up their population, right? The reason that they created a lot of the incubator babies was to make the European population greater, right? That's why. And we already seen through a lot of them videos, a lot of them people don't even got fucking souls. But it says, who lived in America before the Europeans arrived? The American Indians, and they got Native Americans. What group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? Africans and people from Africa, nigga. This is the questionnaire before you can become a United States citizen, that you have to fucking study, and you don't know what question they're gonna ask you. So you gotta memorize this shit. And what's the name? When you go for your nationalization paperwork to become a United States citizen, nigga. Don't say nothing about being an American. It says United States citizen, nigga. It says nothing about you're an American, right? But once again, what was the reason that the colonists came to America? Freedom, political liberty, religious freedom, economic opportunity, practice their religion, escape from persecution. Who lived here before the Europeans arrived? American Indians. What group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? Africans or people from Africa, my nigga. My nigga. My nigga. Hold up. My nigga. Well, what are we doing here? 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 What is this shit about? And you see the programming that they program these people, and these people have to memorize this shit, my nigga. So these niggas on Selma, these people hijack everything that we do, and we didn't fight for these people to come here. But the fact that they wanted to use indoctrination, right? Indoctrination, right? Indoctrination, right? Indoctrination, right? Once again, let's go back one more time. Let's go back one more time, y'all. What is one of the reasons that the colonists came to America? Freedom, political liberty, religious freedom, economic opportunity. Practice their own religion. Escape from persecution. But if you look like one of us, how you escaping persecution when they was hanging niggas from trees? Okay? And like I said, who lived in America before the Europeans arrived? American Indians, right? Now they put it in a nice way. Who lived in America? Who lived in America before the Europeans arrived? They ain't saying, well, who took the land from the Indians that now that you are on, right? Because if you came to a land that was stolen from other people, my nigga, and then you come here and you expecting to get treated differently, and you didn't get the memo even in this. You didn't get the memo. You didn't get the memo. So by default, if you come here and you're under you asking for this, you know exactly what happened here, and you want to ignore that, and you want to be under what is one of the reasons that the colonists came to America? Freedom. You ain't getting no freedom here, my nigga. If your ass came here legally, nigga, they gonna snatch your ass up and take you back to your fucking country. And we done seen the videos of people crying, kicking and scratching. Oh, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. We done seen the videos of this shit. But yet these people come here and try to shit on the guards. They try to shit on the guards, my nigga. And we're gonna get into the guards. They try to shit on the guards, right? Look, what group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? Africans and people from Africa, right? And they program people this as opposed to saying, wait a minute, man. They matter of fact, we can't even say wait a minute, because these people, they don't want to really find out what really happened in history. They don't want to find out was white people slaves and was black people Indians. You see how they got you they got you on the same line. We are the American Indians, but then they lied to the people and told us that we was taken to America and sold as slaves, and everybody else look at us like we're refugees, and they came here willingly, and now that they're being treated worse than us, and now they asking us for fucking help. Go figure that, man. Go figure that. Go figure that. Go figure that. Now, once again, let's get back into this Hart Seller Act, right? So y'all see the fuckery that they asked these people, right? Let's get into this, right? So look, so it's a to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act and the other purposes. It's a be it enacted by the Senate and the House Representatives of the United States of America in Congress Assembly, that Section 201 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, right? It says exclusive of special immigrants. The number of aliens who may be issued immigrant visas or who may otherwise acquire the status of an illegal, lawful, admitted to the United States for permanent residency. It said, or who may, pursuant to section 203, it say interconditionally shall not in any fiscal year extend a total of 170,000, my nigga. Now, Biden broke this shit. He said, now it said interconditionally shall not in any fiscal year exceed a total of 170,000 fucking people, my nigga. It said immediate relatives. Pacific in the subsection, it said who otherwise qualified for admission as immigrants shall be admitted as such, without regard to the numeric limitations in the act. The immigration pool and the quotas of quota areas shall terminate June 30th, 1968. No person shall receive any preference or priority or be discriminated against the insurance of an immigration visa because of his race, sex, nationality, person of birth, it's saying, or place of residence. Hold up for a second. Let me open this shit because this shit's hurting my eyes. Let me lift the font up. Hold up. Oh shit, hold up. All right, boom, here you go. All right, let me see. Boom. We was right here. All right, boom. Now listen to this. The immigration pool and the quotas shall turn. We read that. It says visas shall be first made available in a number not to exceed 20% of numbers specific in the section 201 to qualify immigrants who are unmarried sons and daughters of citizens of the United States. Visas shall next be available in a number not to exceed the 20% of the number specific in section 201 plus any visa not required for the classes specified in the paragraph to qualify immigrants who are the spouses unmarried sons and unmarried daughters to of an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence, right? Says visa shall not no, I'm sorry. Visas shall next be made available in the number not to exceed 10 per centum. It's saying of the number specified in section 201. It's saying to qualify immigrants who are members of professions. It's saying who become of their exceptional ability in science of art will substantially benefit prosperic I'm sorry, y'all, my bad, y'all, whatever, national economics. It's saying cultural interests of welfare of the United States. It's saying visas shall next be made available in a number not to exceed the 10 per centum. It's saying of the number specified in 201 plus any visa not required for class. But check this out real quick. Let me stop this real quick. You see that they gave preferential treatment to people that's coming over here. Say it's saying immigrants who are members of the professions who because of their exceptional ability in science or the arts. Okay, all right. So we see that they specify some of these people, right? But they also specify people with no non-skilled workers, right? You see that they also specified that, right? Let me see something real quick. Let me go down. All right, so look, it say conditional entries, right? It says shall next be made available by the Attorney General, right? It's saying such regulations as he may prescribe, and in a number not to exceed 6% of the number specified in Now look, the number specified is 170,000, my nigga. So I don't know like what the 6% or what the percentum or whatever. I don't really understand that entirely. I have to probably do some more research on that and understand. I know that it's saying that that's a percentage of what ethnicity groups come out of that 170,000, right? I do understand that much, right? But check it out. It's saying to aliens who satisfy an immigration and naturalization service officer at an examination in any non-communist or non-communist denominated country. It's saying that because of the persecution or fear of persecution on account of race, religion, or now look, they saying that people who come from communist countries, right? They saying that they specifying them because they're fear for persecution on their country for them leaving, right? So it said from any country within the general area of the Middle East. It's saying are unable or unwilling to return to such country or area on account of race, religion, or political opinion. It's saying are not nationals of the country or areas in which the applicant for conditionally entire no entry is made. It's saying that they are persons unrooted by catastrophic natural calamity as defined by the president who are unable to return to their usual place to abide. So that's the Somalians, right? The motherfuckers who come here and become agents so that they can inform on people in their country. They send them people back. These people they're fucking spies for America to infiltrate their own place of land, and just so these niggas can come over and get a car, these niggas can come over and go to the store. That's why they get these motherfuckers benefits, my nigga, because of that, right? So I mean, there you have it, my nigga. All right, hold up, real quick. So check this out. Hold up, let me see something. It said the imposition of the 20,000 annual quota of Mexico recast Mexicans migration as illegal. It's saying when one considered that in the early 1960s, annually legal Mexican migration comprised of 200,000 bracer rolls, I guess that's how we pronounce it, and 35,000 regular administration for permanent residency. It's saying the transfer of migration to illegal should be surprised. No, it should surprise no one. The Immigration Act of 1965 then comprised a complex measure that promotes both greater and inclusion and greater exclusion. The chief gain of inclusionary sides of the register was, of course, the abolition of the national origin quota system. It's saying Eastern and Southern Europeans, the principal objects of exclusion in the Immigration Act of 1924. It's saying could not enter the United States in equal numbers as the Northern and Western Europeans. But as we have seen, the new law was not inclusionary towards all, but extended the system of formal equality in admission to all countries. The new law affected immigration from the third world differently, creating greater opportunities for migration from Asia and Africa, but severely restricting it from Mexico, the Caribbean, and Latin America, my nigga. So, like I said, man, at the end of the day, bro, this is the shit that sent these people over here, and this is their and look, and this is their fucking study guide, my nigga. This is their study guide. What is the reason that colonists came to America? For freedom, political liberty, religious freedom, economic opportunities, practice their religion, and escape from persecution. Who lived in America before Europeans arrived, before the Slavs arrived, because the original Europeans are the Moors and what they call black Europeans, my nigga. or the original Iberians, because Europe was called Iberia. So they said, what group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? So they teach people this shit that you niggas came here via some fucking slave trade by fucking Europeans, and you was brought over here against your will and forced to fucking work on these plantations in which these white motherfuckers don't have the science, and they don't have the science and technology to cultivate or even create produce as they got people fucking thinking, because they don't do that on their land. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Well, what you guys think of this shit, man? What you guys think of this shit? Now, like I said, when we really get into it, right? Sort of, we believe that okay, the Hart-Celler Act was done in good faith because black people fought. How you gonna fight for some other people and you ain't even get a 10-year head start into civil rights? You didn't get a 10-year head start into it, right? But here it is. You bring other people here, and now they got the same equal rights as you. And now you're filling out an application trying to feed your family, right? Which you deserve reparations, right? You really do deserve reparations, not as a slave, but because of some of the atrocities that was committed against your people unfairly here by these fucking slobs. Now, some may say, well, look, that's divine intervention, or that is how do you want to say, that's karma because of what some of our people did to them. And even if you get into the whole creating people, because if you create people to be a willing, how do you say, a willing servant, right? Then you creating people that doesn't have free will. So that's another part of the reason why we have karma, because we created people against their free will and made them servants for us. Not all of us, because all of us wasn't entirely involved in that. But for the ones that did do it, it's trickling down to all of us here in the Americas. Okay? I mean, that's some wild shit, though. That's some wild ass shit right there. You know what I'm saying? Even the questionnaire, that's some wild ass shit, my nigga. That's some wild ass shit. Some wild ass shit, bro. That's some wild shit. And like I said, you got these people coming here thinking that, oh, only thing black Americans do is kill each other and have babies and all this shit, right? That's what they say, right? That's what they say, right? Check it out. Let's get into another part of it, and then we're gonna correct these people. We're gonna give these people a proper understanding today. Peace to the guys, peace to guys. So definitely hit that like button, share the build out, man. All right, I wanted to kind of get into what this nigga said right here. Hold up, real quick. I've been saying this shit. I've been wanting to do a fucking video, right? Hold up. And you got people like Tucker Carlson speaking up, right? And a lot of people, oh, well, he's a white supremacist. So why is he? And like some niggas saying, well, look, what does he have to benefit? It doesn't even matter what he has to benefit. He has a very large platform, and this information is getting out.
You tried to put a CD or DVD in your laptop anymore? Well, good luck, because today they don't come with CD or DVD drives. Back in the day.
Check this out. Hold up.
Man, peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. It's your boy Black Star. Come in and hit that share button, that like button. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel already. Family, so we can start using that little heritage shit that he's saying. But watch this, family.
And they called you a racist for that?
They did, which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've 100%. You've got a point of view that is legitimate, I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is. and someone rolls in from Ghana and like,
you hear them with the heritage Americans. Told you that's the white people stuff. Now we not heritage Americans. We foundational. I like them foundational guys. You heard them. Hey, yo, family. We the wave. We the wave. And if you think reparations is not coming, man, listen. You living under a rock.
Now you see, look, that's these niggas. And look, even the foundational Black Americans believe this shit that's in here. Look. What group of people was taken into America and sold as slaves? Even foundational Black Americans believe that, right? What group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? Africans, me, my people was. But we the people who believe this, who lived in America before the Europeans, us, the Tonchons, the Aborigines, the Indians, we did. And no, we not mixed with no people that was bought here had no fucking slaves, because white people did not have the technology and they wasn't running shit at the time when they telling you that they was bringing people here. So we believe that we are the people who was here before the Slavs came here, right? The Slavs came here. Because if you believe, right, understand this, right? We had military that was in the goddamn Atlantic Ocean, my nigga. Wasn't no goddamn poor or no fucking criminals was able to cross that motherfucking Atlantic Ocean and get on shores. They would have been obliterated. They would have been fucking murdered as soon as we would have seen them coming. Because we had the oceans, we had the rivers, we had the forts. We had lighthouses, we had forts that sit on the mouth of every river. So people just wasn't able to just come across that. I know that they tell you, oh, the Europeans sent their criminals over here. That's all bullshit, nigga. That's all bullshit. We brought slaves here to do what they did. And in some cases, some people believe that Europeans was actually created in the fucking Americas. So don't believe that these people, no people were just able to get on a boat and just come over here when we had a worldwide fucking empire over here. Wasn't nobody just crossing that goddamn water and just setting up in Plymouth Rock with the goddamn Indians and setting up Thanksgiving. That's all a fucking story that these people telling. We had a worldwide trade system that was set up by the same government that these people set their government up, right? Because it tells you, Benjamin Franklin tell you, where did they get the Constitution and get all of this other shit from? They got all of that shit from the Iroquois and the other nations that was already here. So these people just when just no Europeans arriving, just, oh yeah, let's go over there to the land, right? Because we want freedom, political liberty, religious freedom, economic opportunities, to be able to practice our religion, and let's escape from persecution. You just wasn't coming across that ocean like that, Money Grip. You just wasn't coming across that ocean. That wasn't working like that. But this is what foundational Black Americans believe. Once again, hold up. They believe on here, number 60. What group of people was taken to America and sold as slaves? Me. I'm African descendants or people from Africa. We were. And here we go trying to tell these niggas, nigga, that's all bullshit. Every story you get of any African slave came from the general education system that was created during Reconstruction, that was put in books, and had our people, other so-called Negroes, tell this ridiculous story so that these Slavics can take the fucking land, my nigga. Erase you off the land so that they can take the land. Inferior, superior. That's motherfucking eugenics 101. Okay? That's eugenics 101. So let's get back into what this guy was saying. Where is he at? Hold up.
Gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of Black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's a fair perspective. Right. I think, gets an MSNBC slot. Heritage Americans, if anyone is, And, someone rolls in from Ghana and gets an MSNBC slot and starts speaking on behalf of black people. It's like, shut up, honey. You've got nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's a fair perspective,
right.
I think.
And so it's good to actually see them call them out for that. That's actually cultural appropriation. Appropriating the struggle of slavery.
I totally.
Now look, don't get it fucked up, right? Whether these niggas really care about any of that shit, right? They hate these tethers too, because a lot of these tethers do be talking up about, oh, what they did. Your people ain't have nothing to do with that, my nigga. You're riding off the backs of some other people, and you're not even here via that. You're here via the Hart-Celler Act of 1965. That's why you're here. And you don't even know that you're here undermined it. But even your position in America, your success came because they wanted to undermine us. Other than that, they don't give a fuck about you niggas. They don't give a fuck about y'all. That's the only reason y'all really here. It's the only reason y'all really here. You understand what I'm saying? And I say this too, Navar. Even some of them stories about them telling about we warned, yeah, we was probably warned against each other, but even in the process of all that, all them places where they claim they had war also had towns at. We don't see none of these towns invaded or destroyed in any of these wars that these people are claiming that was done here. That is probably another separation tactic that these people using to kind of fuck with us or whatever. Remember, they creating a history, man. They creating a history. These people are creating the histories. They're creating all of these forms. They're creating all of the literature or whatever that we can kind of read, but then we have to cross-reference it. Every now and then there is a motherfucker who come up and give us a different story and something to consider and say, well, wait a minute. We got two stories going on simultaneously. Which story has more evidence? Which these people are, most of all of American Indian history are done by so-called Slavs. They're the ones that's writing these books. They're the ones that's writing all this shit in. We don't even have a foothold on that. The only foothold we got is when we do our genealogy and we hear from our own oral traditions or whatever. And our oral traditions don't say we were slaves, don't say that we was really in a condition of where we was even warring with neighbor. And like I said, people gonna have disagreements, we're gonna have fights. But even from, like I said, I've seen more than 100 people genealogy. And I don't even do genealogy, but I did my own, and I seen other people genealogy, and I was kind of like able to kind of like go off of that or whatever, some of the stories, and that the fact that we don't see none of these people being slaves. We don't see none of this shit. We don't see none of it. So a lot of this stuff is just created. Yeah, we use some of the sources to get kind of a story going on, but at the end of the day, a lot of these stories that we hear is all bullshit. And especially when it come, like I said, when it come from these Europeans who didn't erase you, right? They didn't denominated you or nominated you as a goddamn slave. They didn't separated themselves from being slaves. They done made themselves the fucking conqueror, and at the same time, the goddamn supremacist or the person who was in charge of everything, when at the same goddamn time that they was really the fucking slaves. So then took you from being Indians, placed you in a situation where you're a fucking slave, placed themselves in a dominant position to where they make us look like our goddamn ancestors was a bunch of suckers and a bunch of fucking hoes or whatever, right? And now we here. And now we got a bunch of, a bunch of even some of our own people, like I said, even some of the foundational Black Americans. They believe this slavery shit. They will consider, oh yeah, well, some of us was here and some of us wasn't here. Nah, money grip. I'm not even going with that at the same point in time, because some of the people who was here, they ain't even giving you credit for you being here. They telling you that you mixed with a goddamn Indian, and that's the only reason why you Indian. And other than that, the other half of that so-called Black Indian came from a slave. So they're not even giving you credit for you being here. See, if they gave you credit for you being here, then maybe you could say, all right, well, yeah, it might have been some Black slaves. that came or whatever. But the fact that the people who do their genealogy find out that they not even slaves, that they are full-blooded fucking Indians. Man, my bad. That they are full-blooded Indians, right? They're full-blooded Indians, right? That shit right there just make all of the other stuff go away to where we can't believe nothing that these people put out. Nothing. Yeah, some of you may have white people in your family. It wasn't because a white man raped your grandmother. It's because your grandfather had sex with a white slave woman, and created the mulattoes and the Negroes that's in your blood, your lineage. That's the truth of the matter. Because listen, a black woman today can't even have sex with a white man unless they use the Rogam shot. There was no Rogam shots in the 1600s. So how was these niggas impregnating you? They can't even impregnate you in 2026 without them altering your fucking DNA and allowing the woman to give birth to to the baby. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It makes no goddamn sense. Hmm. That's right. Nobody can find no goddamn slaves, my nigga. Nobody. Nobody. I mean, sis, nobody can find no slaves. This is all a fucking witch hunt. And you got people looking in there, oh, I'm looking for slaves. A nigga see sharecropper. Nigga, do you know what the word sharecropper means? Did you look up the etymology of it? It's a compound word. Sharing crops, nigga, bartering, trading, nigga. Do you not understand? But they found the way to convolute a lot of these different talking points that we got, and the more people who invested is the more people who fall victim to this. Yeah, yeah. Tuscarora, that's right. Look, Tuscarora, right? Check this out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on one second. Give me one second. Hold on. I'm looking for something. Hold up real quick. I think I found it. Matter of fact, I did find it. Hold up. Here you go, right here. Check this out.
Which one? Gabriel Cooper or Thundercloud? You become a legend among two nations.
The Tuscarora are my people, and I have but one name, Kanawatchakwa.
Yet your tongue stumbles over it yet.
Is that what you came to tell me?
No, I came to ask you to guide me through Tuscarora country.
Great Daniel Boone needs a guide. How far do you expect to get?
With your help, to Vincennes.
You're asking me to do that?
I figured a part of you was still Gabe Cooper. Maybe the best part.
The part that hold and planted for a smile? The part that ran behind a mule and teased gravel to turn green. And when it came sundown, bowing to some white man who'd soon scrape boot mud off my jaw if I was handy. Is that the part you mean, Boone?
I'm talking about the part that ached to get free. And did.
I won that for myself, did you? You're wasting your time, Boone. Get out while you still got your scalp.
If I leave, it'll be with you, Gabe.
I didn't take to sermons when I was a slave. And I didn't learn mercy, Boone.
And call your braves.
They've smelled blood out there. It would be hard.
Then give your orders.
You helped me get free. I owe you a piece of Gabe Cooper.
I need that piece that wants what any man has a right to have.
All right. I'll lead you through the country of my people, but no farther. And once we have reached its boundaries, I owe you no debt. Is that understood?
See, even as a black man who's playing his real role, they still want to convince you that he was a fucking slave somehow. But that they've all look. He said he was Tuscarora, and actually, Rosie Greer is actually my fucking first cousin. That's my father's sister's son, and Pam Greer. So look, so even with that right there, right, they still telling you that okay, your people was American Aborigines, but somehow this David Boone, and even with David Boone, right? I had a book back in the day that I read, and they said that they found his remains right in a hollow grave, and they said that his remains was that of a Negro. Even David Boone, what's the other motherfucker? Davy Crockett. Davy Crockett and David Boone is the same fucking person. You know what I'm saying? And then they created all of these different stories from it, right? But anywho, just on that the part we was talking about the Tuscarora, right? So look, let's get back into the other video. Hold up real quick. Hold up. Let me open it up real quick, right?
Totally agree.
And the struggle of slavery was real. I don't think Republicans ever want to really whitewash that. It's real, right? But for
We're
Byron,
against slavery.
We're against it.
Whether it's in the, West Bank or here or anywhere.
Anywhere.
Yeah, against it.
And so for Byron's group, his team, to call me and essentially our entire supporting base racists for saying that you're a slave when quite literally you took $45 million. You won't tell us what you agreed to take that money this early in a primary, which is unprecedented. You know this, how unprecedented that kind of money is in an uncontested primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too. You're not. And that's a very interesting term that the foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here, you don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
Family, it's over.
Let me say it in his voice. Yeah, it is over. It is over. Because like I said, even the foundational Black American, that shit is going to form. That shit is people going to start doing the research and finding out that we was already here and we're American Aborigines. And like I said, we already then been laying this down or whatever for years. And now it's starting it came into a point to where now people are saying they foundational, right? AKA in the time, right? They saying they descendants of the original people who was here. And a lot of these tethers know because a lot of these motherfuckers who came here and took that test, that questionnaire, they had to study that shit. They know who the original people here. But some of them likewise know these stories from where they came from because we didn't heard Africans saying that black people was already in America. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got a video of an African brother that I met at a gas station who know this. So if he know it, how many other people know it? You know what I'm saying? Well, let's get to another clip, man, before I go into some other shit real quick. We're gonna probably rock out for about another hour. All right, so look, this nigga 19 Keys. So now he's going in on foundational black Americans, right? And like I said, I'm not going in on them for the reason that he's saying. And I'm not even really going in on them. I'm going in on them on the fact that they got people thinking that they was fucking slaves and they gonna get reparations because they think they was brought here from Africa. And because they've been in America so long, they're no longer Africa. We ain't them. We ain't them. We the people who created the science and the technology that you see. So we're not them. So let's get into this. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Hold up. All right, it's right here.
Essentially, a lot of this is centered around foundational Black Americans. That is a lineage-based group who does act like an organization or a movement with a.
Now, the question he asked was, how do you feel about the diaspora wars? The first thing he brought up was FBA. They didn't bring up how it is in Africa, in them 54 countries, how they don't rock with each other. It's tribalism. They want to bring up FBA and saying that this is the leading cause of the diaspora wars. You can't make this up. This is lame talking point. Let me
center head, which would be Tariq Nasheed. Now, he says that he is not the head of it. It's a lineage, right? And we are not a group, but he definitely acts like, the leader of the group, if you will.
Very police shit right there. You're going to go out and say when a man says he's not the leader of a group, all right? So if somebody act like they FBA, right, and they do some wild stuff just to try to bring the group down, we seen that with William O'Neill. We seen that with Dart Perry. 19 Keys is on video calling this man a leader. Imagine if you in the streets and y'all trying to do something and you like, oh yeah, you on video saying that this guy's the leader of this. You out of pocket. You way out of pocket. If that man said he's not a leader, bro, and you cool with him, you should have kept it as he's not a leader. Why would you go against what he's saying on a podcast?
And then there is the way that they treat and talk about Africans. So it's very demeaning, right? They talk about delineation, right, which is a separation and saying that, look, we are Black Americans.
The way we treat, the way we treat and talk about Africans. Bro, do you see how Kenya and Nigeria and all of these countries are why aren't y'all sticking to what Africa is doing? Why are y'all always because we don't treat Africans no kind of way. We can't treat them no kind of way. We're here in America. They over there kicking people out of their countries, calling them out, taking each other lives because they're not in the tribe. It's very more serious. Why would y'all be pointing out some online back and forth that's going through with a couple people? This is more of a joke thing. They're making it seem like this is a real diaspora war, what's going on, and not talking about the real diaspora war that's going on in Africa. Y'all got 54 countries over there.
Americans, we are not associated with other groups, and we don't want to be grouped and classed in as well. We are from America, right? We have our rights in America, and we're going to continue to make strides and progress here in this land. which is not a foreign concept, right? When there was
now he want to get into say that, you know, these people been doing this. And it sounds very Asian-y talk, how he's speaking. It don't sound like he's, you know, just being truthful and just saying what it is. Okay. Now they speaking as if it's a division in America, or it's a division with black people, or before we were unified. And now, because we talking online and delineating, this is causing division. They ain't talking about the, you know, the Muslim, the Christian, the, you know, the gangbanger, the dealer. They not trying to make sure they're all on the same page. They're bringing you got to take back that police talk that you said about us, and you fit straddling. It's like you still want, you know, you still want to be on both sides. And it's not even a side now. This is just, on my channel, I expose how the CBC has been in connections with Africa, funneling people into our politics. Okay, we have been getting, you know, when we talk about reparations, we always got some kind of person that's not from America speaking on how they don't feel we deserve reparations in our politics. That's going to cause problems. You got the YT people, especially the liberals, getting them, recruiting them over here and bringing them over to America to undermine us. They've been doing that since 71. We got research. We've been pulling this stuff up. We pull up facts and we tell the people this is what it is. There is some African people, Caribbean people that understand that. They watch our videos. They understand that. They know, like, okay, it is some people that's getting recruited by the government and they're undermining Black American politics. This is facts. If you're not speaking on this to me, you know, you may be an agent. You're suspect, because you should never speak on something back and forth without speaking on the origin of where all of this started. It's like you missing a whole piece, a very important piece of infiltrating our politics and undermining us. You don't speak on that. You're just speaking on, we calling people tethers. It just don't make no sense to me. But that's what I got on 19, man. He out of there. And I used to rock with the guy. Listen to his content and big up him. I think I may have purchased a class from him or something before. Purchased something.
And now listen, right? I rock with the brother too. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, what he didn't let the whole video play out. And what this nigga said was the reason why he has a problem with it is because it's going to stop business between, you know, Americans and so-called Africans. So he's looking at it from a business standpoint, not to, you know, isolate these individuals for the shit that they saying about us, because you want to fucking make money off of them. You want to make money off them, so therefore you don't want to talk on the shit that they doing. So therefore, people, we're not supposed to defend ourselves and say anything about how these motherfuckers coming over here saying Black Americans ain't done did nothing. We ain't done created nothing. The only thing we want to do, we lazy, this, that, and the third. And here he go. He's speaking on it just so he can fucking make money from it. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking on, and he, like I said, and what the man said about him saying Tariq Nasheed is the leader. Listen, there's no leader of the American Aborigines or of the Americans. Tariq Nasheed is just bringing, he's bringing a much needed conversation to the table by saying like, yeah, by showing the comparing the contrasting about what these people say about us and how we delineate and how we're not, under that Pan-African mind state no more. Because the Pan-Africanism is the shit that really created this whole divide and try to have thinking that these people was going to come here and be good stewards and, what I'm saying, and get behind our cause, not knowing that these people are greedy and these people are selfish and they're only thinking about themselves. And then at the same token that they know the reason, and I'm not even saying the reason because we already seen the reason. The reason that they're really here is because of that 1965 Immigration Act. But the reason why they not being treated, and then some of them still, endure some racism, but they don't give a fuck about that. These people won't speak up. Some of them do. I've seen some Africans, speak up. But at the end of the day, it's like these people come here and endure the shit and put up with the shit that we won't put up with. These people will take, less money. These people, we see some of the behaviors among these individuals, whether they coming from the Caribbean, they coming from Africa, or they coming from wherever the fuck they coming from. We know that a lot of these people are not here to help us. See, and that's the thing. Black people thinking that, oh, these immigrants are here to help you. No, they not. They don't give two fucks about you because they not here via our struggle and our cause. They're here because these niggas allowed them to come here and work. That's why they here. That's exactly why they here. So I mean, as far as that, like with the dude 19 Keys, he should not be saying that. He should, if anything, he should stay on code and not even be speaking up about it because he's trying to get bread off of it. He's trying to get money. He's trying to get an alliance with these people. And these people, like I said, they're some of the phoniest people ever because they know that we wasn't slaves. And they were playing to the whole idea that we were, as long as we don't know no better. Until you actually can tell one of these niggas like, look, my people weren't slaves, nigga. I'm an American Indian. We've been here. You know what I'm saying? And even that thought, they laugh at that shit too. A lot of people, I'm seeing a lot of people laugh. Oh, these people, you was a slave. You ain't no American Indian. And then they start going back into what they read. Oh, the Cherokee owned slave. The people they claiming that the Cherokee, the Creek, Choctaw, Seminole, and all of them niggas are Negroes who own white slaves. But until you separate your existence here in Americas from that terminology slave, you always gonna be a fucking slave. Whether you was a slave for real or you just a person who read and you believe history and you're gonna buy into everything that the European wants you to buy into, and you think the European master, that's why you take everything, his whole education system as facts. So, peace to the gods, man. Y'all already know how this shit is, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know how it is, man. Um, let's get into something else, man. On the premise that, a lot of these people, they want to know, oh, well, black Americans, we didn't have nothing, we didn't have no history, or we didn't have shit, right? We didn't have nothing prior to Europeans coming here, right? And our whole existence and our whole culture come from Europeans, right? But let's look at something real quick. And like I said, shout out to my brother. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna actually go to his video. Hold on one second. Hold on. Just bear with me real quick.
And then, of course, his parents, Joseph Gully, going in 1677 here. And I'm still trying to get information here, but that's up in antiques, flickery images of what they call Black life back then. Okay, and this is a February 19, 2009 article. So they kind of get into Solomon Sir Jones here. But what's important for us is this here. Okay, so down here, there's a gentleman here, Curry Ballard, a historian who's the assistant secretary of the state senate in Oklahoma. Okay, so it says 3 years ago, and so they've been talking from 2009. So in 2006, he bought 29 dusty but carefully labeled canisters of Jones's film from an antiques dealer in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But now the Swan Galleries in New York, they're going to put it on public auction for sale. Okay, so the gentleman, Mr. Ballard, purchased the entire catalog, all 29 films, but I guess he thought it was important to sell it through an auction at a gallery in New York called the Swan Galleries. I mean, I wouldn't have done that personally. I would have tried to maybe contact any of his currently living offspring, descendants, and offered it to them. But he didn't do that. Okay, so he chose to have it up for public auction. So it went up on public auction, and the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library purchased it at that auction. And they're a rare book library inside of Yale University. Okay, so these documentaries come to us. The owner of the intellectual property is Yale University. So, we need to be clear about, who currently owns this intellectual property. And unfortunately, it's not in the hands of the rightful heirs, his current descendants. So I just wanted to set that up. And so we're going to start off by examining, the important facets of a civilization, right? So we have education, of course. There's health, medicine. That's important. Another important category is finance and business, right? And of course, another important category is construction, architecture, the ability to build what you live in, work in, and play in. And of course, international relationships with other nations around the globe. And most importantly, when you have all of that, you have to protect it. So therefore, we're talking military and security. So these are some of the components that make up a successful, enduring civilization. And we're going to discover all of these components existed where Solomon Jones went, and in particular inside of the many towns in Oklahoma. So let's start off here visually, going to this incredible work from this particular gentleman, Mr. Jones. And we're going to start with finance and business, okay? And we're going to start off here with documentary film number 1. Now, this is an image of him there in 1925. He actually looks older than he actually is there. But that's Solomon Sir Jones there. As you see, 1869, 1936. So let's go to the first footage here. Now, this is film 1, 1925. And we have locations: Clearview, Oklahoma; Muskogee, Oklahoma; Guthrie, Oklahoma; Langston, Oklahoma; and Bristol, Oklahoma. Okay, we have all of these. Now, just for more further information for you, all of the cities that were incorporated were Clearview, Guthrie, and Langston. Muskogee and Bristol was outside the United States Union, not incorporated in the Union. They're their own jurisdiction. All right, so, but let's get to this here. And we will start off here with, okay, this is Mr. and Mrs. Ragsdale. This is their home, and this is near near Bristol, Oklahoma. And of course, all these films are silent films. This is their vehicle, as you can see. Well,
Now look, like I always say, man, you know, every year or every couple of months, man, I gotta kind of show this shit, man. Cause I don't even think a lot of black people even know these videos exist, man. You know, every so often we gotta show this shit, man. We gotta show it, my nigga. Now look at that car. That car back then is the equivalent of a Bentley. You understand? It's the equivalent of a Bentley. Trust and believe that, right? You see these people? These people are not running around here with sweatsuits on and Jordans or nothing, right? Even though nothing wrong with that. And I mean, I love wearing a fucking Nike Tech sweatsuit or one of my own hoodies or sweatpants, some Jordans or whatever you want to call it, right? But you see, they dressed in their finest. I mean, their finest picked cotton that they made from the cotton gin and created the tellers, my nigga, the tellers, okay? The tellers. Now, at this time, which is 1927, right? Which is fucking damn near 100 years ago, 99 years ago, right? Any of these tethers that be talking, right? Show me what your people was doing at that time. Now, you know what they're going to try to flip on you? Oh, well, the only reason you got that is because, oh, the white man, right? The white man is the person, the reason why you're running around here and you're able to dress and you're able to drive cars like that, right? Right? That's what they would tell you. That's what these tethers would tell you, right? But no, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. Let's look at some things real quick before we even get back into the actual video, right? Now look, I like to cross reference, right? And I also like to use common goddamn sense, right? Now right here, when we see J. Gregory, right? What did he invent? The motor, okay? Now prior to a motor, what was being used to propel a fucking horse and buggy or a vehicle? A goddamn horse. So if he invented the goddamn motor, then he had to invent the car. Because all of this shit is part and procel to one unifiably moving vehicle, right? Moving vehicle, right? Um Cotton planter, right? When we go down here, check this out, right? Look, look. The bicycle frame. If you invented the bicycle frame, you invented the goddamn bicycle. These same motherfuckers that come to this country, who invented the goddamn kitchen table, right? The gas burner, right? The gas burner from a stove, nigga. You understand? The gas burner from a stove, nigga. Look, the toilet commode, the toilet, nigga. While these niggas is sitting in sitting in the woods or whatever, nigga actually invented something to where you can go to the bathroom peacefully and you know what I'm saying, and clear your system out, right? So as you see, right? Look, hold on, let me see something real quick. We already know about the airship, right? The folding chair, um, the cell phone, nigga. Where all of these people come here and get free cell phones, Obama phones, or whatever plan, T-Mobile, AT&T. Who invented the goddamn cell phone? So prior to this, what was your people doing while our people was doing this? The elevator, my nigga. When you get in the building, who provided the elevator for you? The traffic sign, the traffic signal, my nigga. So like this thing, and like I said, this is just a real quick freestyle. On my other computer, I got a more specified list of all this shit, right? The refrigerator, my nigga. The refrigerator, right? Look, the clothes dresser, right? Furniture. Let's go back to furniture. John H. Jordan. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you guys can see it. Okay. Okay. So it's like even with all of this shit, my nigga, like at that point in time, people is quickly going to say, "Oh well, the only reason y'all got this is because the white man is the one. The white man is the one that actually helps you, achieve all of this shit." No, 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 no. Our people is the one who achieved all this, and the white man actually, or the European or the Slavic, he actually stole these patterns and then marketed and gave it to the rest of the poor people of the world. Gave it to the rest of the poor people in the world. If you invented all of this shit, why is all this shit is in other countries? These people didn't have this technology 100 years ago. The white man somehow patented and stole the idea, and then they took it and then created resources for themselves by selling it to the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, right? All of these people. Because even when you see in these people's towns now in their countries, they're still living sub-primitively. They still don't have certain things that we have here. But anywho, let's get back into it.
Well-to-do couple. He's a gentleman, walking her up there properly, right?
So when I say peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, man, I mean that. And if you go back to the series that me, AP, and Jag did on American Indian Encyclopedia, it would show you the rest of the inventions that we created that the world used today. And that was just a real snippet, real quick. I didn't even go. I got a list that's a little bit more extensive than that, or whatever, right? But at the same token, all of the inventions that you could find in American Indian Encyclopedia and simultaneously cross-reference it with the list of so-called black inventors, right? You will see that everything that people use today came from us. Everything, everything, everything. Now, if you want to talk about, oh, what's the fucking device that motherfuckers, the spinner, the little sprocket spinner, and these just little bullshit things that people create or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That shit really doesn't have no, it really doesn't have nothing to do with the advancement of civilization. You know what I'm saying? This shit is really to keep you from, educating yourself or whatever, to keep to keep you, patiently sitting to find something to do. But however it go, like I said, when we was doing this, show me, and I know you tethers be in the chat room. Show me what your people was doing at the same time. And no, we didn't learn this from the white man. No white people is in any of these motherfucking towns while we doing this. These are inventions, and this is innovation that we created and that they fucking stole from us. But let's get back into it, man. Peace of God, peace of goddesses, man. Hit that like button, share the building.
Now, the important thing about the Ragsdales, I just wanted to show you that there. Now, let's stop it here because we need to get into who these individuals were. Now, Oklahoma from the late 1800s, right around the 1880s, all the way up until 1950, were the number one oil producer in the world. It was not Saudi Arabia, although the United States Corporation contracted with them in 1933. They weren't actual real giants in the area until after Oklahoma dropped from the world producer in the 50s. So your early American pioneers, your oil barons, this couple here, the Ragsdales, were oil barons. Now, let me move to this here. Okay, so we're going to get to their actual oil field. They actually had an oil field. So let's go to this portion here. Oh, I think that's the same one. Hold on a second. Okay, so it'll keep rolling, and it's going to get to the oil field portion here. Just be a little patient, and then Mr. Jones will let us know how many barrels per day each particular oil well produced. Okay.
If you can't click on the my screen, so the show go there. Okay, there you go.
Okay, see that? Let me stop it. Their number 5 oil well. Number 1, 4,000 barrels per day. Okay. Now here's the oil well. Look at that. And those are the Ragsdale. That's Miss Ragsdale. You'd never give her a second look in the street. You'd never see her coming. But she's the queen of the universe. That's always the best way to position to be in, though, the art of war. No one actually knows that you're wealthy than having it like that. But that's one of their oil wells. And look at that. And now right there it says the Carter Oil Well, Creek County. Okay.
Now glacier eyes on that right there, my nigga. Come on, man. Come on. This is some heavyweight shit, man. Shout out to my brother Amani, man. This is some heavyweight shit right here, man. So, like I said, the tethers that's actually don't know nothing about this shit, and some Black Americans don't even know about this shit. Some of the FBA people don't even know about this shit right here. They did that as soon as they got out of slavery. They was able. Man, are you kidding me, my nigga? Are you serious? Are you serious? This nigga got sit on the oil rig. Now, if this is not extraordinary, like I said, and like, there'd be a lot of conversations going on, man. But peace to the guys, man. A lot of these conversations is conversations that, niggas like me and some of my other comrades and other brothers and sisters and brought to the table. But this is some heavyweight shit right here. This is tether repellent. Like, when that tether come along and say something slick to you, you just pull up this video right here and show niggas in the 1920s on fucking oil rigs, my nigga. And you show me, all right, now, well, okay, all right, I showed you what my people can do. Now you show me what your people was doing. Show me what your people was doing now. I don't want to hear about none of that. Oh, we can't make it because the government took it and the government did. Well, the same shit, the same things, or some of the things that hinder us from growing that we talk about now is the same shit that they talk about. Oh, well, the reason we can't build in our country is because the government is constantly creating coups and killing presidents and all this other stuff that I hear these people talking about. So what about us? We had the same problem, but and then, like I said, when you come here, you wonder why you do better because these people preferentially treat you better than us. They know you're foreigners. They know on your social security card after you pass that fucking questionnaire, which tells you who land this belong to. When you get your social security number, they is one of the numbers that's in the middle, the middle sequence on your social security that shows them that they are immigrants. And it shows us that we are American Indians. So these people fucking know, my nigga. So let's stop playing these games, man. They know. They know. They know. No, let's get back into this masterpiece, man.
You can see the size of that oil well. Now, this is 1925. Now, remember, to get to the point to where you can recognize that there's oil under this piece of earth, to get to this point takes decades. So once you survey and recognize that oil's in the ground, you see there the Carter oil well. Let me stop that right there. Okay. The Carter Oil Company. So that's the company that Ragsdale's contracted with. Now, Carter is also Muskogee, and he's famous, and he has some businesses there. So they contracted with this particular company, and this company provided some of the equipment that they use to make the oil well.
So now, you telling me, hold on. So you telling me that the dude that's contracting the oil field is also
yes,
Aborigine?
Yes, Muskogee's from Oklahoma. We'll get into him later, but let's deal with the Ragsdales. Now, this is important. As you can see, oil fields are basically have an earth coordinates for their location. Now, here's the location of the Ragsdales oil field. If you look closely, you have 16 Meridian 9, okay? Creek County. This is the location of their oil field, right? Those are the coordinates. 16, 16, 9. All right? Because later on, what I'm going to show, I have a 1925 Department of Interior, formerly the War Department, accounting information on oil companies, oil wells who were in their jurisdiction who had to pay them tax. So the oil wells in Oklahoma, in this document, they list every oil well in their jurisdiction, what they're producing daily, monthly, and because that's how they do the calculation to determine how much tax is owed. And there, of course, each oil field has earth coordinates location in their document that's under their jurisdiction. But the Ragsdale's oil field, 1669, is not in that document. Now, so which means that the Ragsdales were not part of the United States Corporation, because as I will also share with you in the McGill versus Oklahoma case a few months ago, when the Supreme Court ruled and reiterated that the eastern half of Oklahoma is not part of the United States Corporation. So the Ragsdales were not in that 1925 Department of Interior accounting document. So it's safe for us to infer they were not in their jurisdiction paying taxes. We'll get to that later there. Now that's their home, the Ragsdales' home. Look at that, huge. And you see they have other little things there. That's Mrs. Ragsdale there. That's Mr. Ragsdale. You'll never know it, the king and queen of the universe. Now, let's juxtapose them with a young girl some of you heard of. Her name's Sarah Rector. Now let me post her up here, an image of her, Sarah Rector, just so we can get an idea of what level the Ragsdales were on financially. You've heard of the young sister Sarah Rector, right? A1?
Yes, sir. So she was the richest young girl, the richest, I guess, young girl at that time.
Yes, yes. So I'm going to post her image up here for everyone here. Okay, so let me get to that there. This actual size. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. So let me put this up here. Here it's bigger. So we can have it there. Okay, can we see that?
Yeah, you good, I see.
So Sarah Rector, 1902, died 1967. No, she's no African American. Fuckers. She's a Creek, Muskogee Creek, okay? So best known for being the richest colored girl in the world, or the millionaire girl, right? That crap they're saying. But now, remember, Sarah Rector allowed the Shell Oil Company to pull the oil off of her land, and then they gave her a percentage, okay? And she was one of the wealthiest girls in the world, just based upon that small percentage. But the Ragsdales had an oil field, so producing with oil wells producing thousands of barrels per well. So now let's look at the oil field. Here's images of that. I think we're going to get to that here. So as a matter of fact, I have still images as well. I will send across and post that. Those still images. Okay, so I'm gonna post up the images of the actual oil field shortly. But let's go on now to another area of finance and business, where a couple called Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Sure.
In that background right there, when they just pulled on their property, behind it, I seen trains that look like they got like the little containers on it. Would them happen to be the trains that they was filling the oil up with?
Yes, yes. So oil trains to transport oil to whoever they were selling the oil to. Now remember, if you have an oil well field with 20, 30 oil wells on it, each well producing thousands of barrels per day, you're not the only one using it, right? So you have customers, and the customers aren't in your immediate area only, because you would go out of business. So, and remember, as I stated before, Oklahoma provided the world oil from the late 1880s to the 1950s, the #1 provider. And these individuals here were the people, the first American oil barons. So let's go to the Joneses. Trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? There's a reason why they have that saying, keeping up with the Joneses. Okay. Okay, so we have here Mr. and Mrs. J.H. Roberts farmhouse. Okay, the Roberts. This is their farmhouse, and it's 3,000 acres. 3,000 acres, also in Bristol. And then we're also going to clarify the issue of what they call the freedmen, so-called freedmen who were slaves, so-called slaves of Cherokee. And the story is that Andrew Jackson, after defeating them, forced them from the their southeastern locations into Oklahoma, what they call the Trail of Tears. And the story is that they also took their slaves with them into there. So the cover story to explain why there are melanated people dominating in Oklahoma was that, oh, they were the slaves of the Cherokee, the freedmen. Now, many of you are very familiar with the case where the Cherokee actually kicked out whom they considered the freedmen out of their nation. And they had to sue the Cherokee Nation. It went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court threatened that they'll take away the Cherokee federal benefits, and they let them back in. But we're going to get clarity on this whole notion of the freedmen, because where do we get this from? We get it from the 1866 treaty with the Cherokee. But has anyone read the damn treaty? So, and again, we're going to become the very strict buyer. You can't sell me something that I'm just going to instantly buy without confirming and checking out your product. Product, in this sense, we mean someone's statements coming from someone's mouth. So we're going to actually go over the treaty and read the article and read exactly what it says, so everyone's clear about this whole issue of slaves of Cherokees. And there's also an oil field there that the Joneses has. This is their farm, of course, and they have an oil field as well, right? So we see that. Okay, so let's move on to another demonstration of this. Remember, family, this is demonstrating nationality, because nationality is civilization. When you practice your ancestors' customs and rituals that's been passed down to you, and you continue these practices, and every aspect of civilization, finance, business, education, security, is when you do this, you produce this yourself. You control the information given to your children. You control the curriculum that's given to them in the schools. This is demonstrating nationality in real time. So let's go to another demonstration of finance and business. But they tell you that, oh, we were suffering. We didn't have anything. We were suffering through Jim Crow. We were slaves. We were suffering. Well, that's what did you buy that from that salesperson? Okay, let's get here. All right. This here is 10,000 herd of Angus cattle. And this is one example on film documentary number 26 of one particular family who's in this business of selling Angus cattle beef. Right? Look at this is their land. And this is the product that they're into. Right? So an Angus beef, you can get real rich selling that. People love to eat steak, right? So That's Angus cattle there. Now remember, what's the cover story about the freedmen? Oh, they were given allotments of land, but the slaves were only given 40 acres. You had 40, 80, or 160. Well, we just saw the Roberts with 3,000 acres and an oil field. We're going to get to the Ragsdale's oil field. I'll show you the actual images of that. Way bigger than 40 acres. Now, if the slave masters are going to give the slave all this, well, that was a damn good system. We actually need some of that shit back here now. If a slave can become the king of the universe with an oil well and oil fields, hell, I'm signing up for that.
Okay, I want to sign up for that shit right now. Let's go home. Where do I sign? Where do you want me to fucking sign that, nigga? You talking about Angus beef?
Look at that, 10,000 herd of Aberdeen Angus cattle. That's the top grade stuff.
I'm gonna change my name to Money Grip. After they give me all that, I'm gonna change my name. My name's gonna be Money Grip. Fuck a hundred.
Yeah, so
Money Grip. Damn. Money bands.
Right. So now we're going to get into, let's show something else here. All right. Let's go to documentary 22. 22 here. A bakery. Okay. This is a bakery here. Coleman's new bakery and cafe, making 1,000 loaves per day. The Coleman's Bakery and Cafe. So that's a nice little business as well. You know.
So wait, niggas had a bakery too?
Yeah, their own little bakery there.
White man just set them up real good then, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
White man just set them up real good.
No, not the Albion masters. No, the Indian masters. They said the Indians were our masters who brought us, through the, we marched 1,000 miles with our masters, and they took care of us. Yeah.
We need to see how these mongoloids was living around this time, my dude.
Oh, we got footage of that. Sir Jones captured footage of some of them.
Wonderful. All right, that's marvelous. I'm gonna
so Coleman's Bakery. See that? Coleman's Bakery. See that? I don't see a lot of Jim Crow suffering there. You notice that?
I don't even see where's the white master at.
No, not the Indian master, right? It's the Indian master.
Yeah, even worse, right? The Indian master. Where's the damn Indian? But every time where there's an Indian master, there has to be a white master too. I don't see no white people around. So white motherfuckers set you up with all this shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They took care of them. Yeah, we need to sign up for that. So now we're gonna go to. You guys heard of Madam C.J. Walker? Sure, you guys heard of her because Solomon Sir Jones went to Indianapolis, to visit her newly incorporated plant factory. And here it is here, her factory. This is film number 11, right?
Sarah Bree Love. That was her name before they changed it to C.J. Walker. Sarah Bree Love.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay, now before we go to that, I'm going to show this here. So the Ragsdale also had a undertaking business. Ragsdale Sons, for his son, an undertaking business. So not only was he an oil baron, but he had an undertaking business. And that's an ambulance at the time. 100 years ago, that's an ambulance. Okay, so now let's get to Madam C.J. Walker's plant in Indianapolis. And her newly constructed plant cost her $500,000. And Sir Jones was invited there to document that for us, the future. Okay. Okay, you see that? Madam C.J. Walker's $500,000 new building in Indiana. So let's take a look at it.
How much?
$500,000. You see that?
Hold on, pause that. Hold up. You guys see that?
Oh, hold on. Let me back it up.
Niggas won't believe it unless they sit in this shit. We gotta stop this. Niggas are like, man, he lying.
Okay, see that? MME, Madam C.J. Walker's $500,000 new building. See that? Did you see that?
And Money Griff.
Want me to go back?
What's the equivalent to that now?
All right, well, we can look it up. So the value.
Like I said, if you got a tether friend or someone who constantly at contention with you about you just being a rapper, or your people just producing children out of a single father, single parenthood, please send them this video. Please send a tether these videos. Please, and we want to see what they was doing. We want to see what in return what their people was doing. You understand what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, like I said, it's a heavyweight jam right here. Shout out to my brother Mani. I wanted to play this because he laid it out like no other. All I do is pretty much paraphrasing and just pretty much I'm still in amazement every time I see this stuff. So like this stuff is still pretty much new to me, and I'm still trying to process it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm still trying to process it. I'm still trying to, gain some understanding, because like I said, a lot of these people, they don't know. These people didn't have these towns like that. They still got open markets where people still selling goods on the streets and shit like that in shanty towns. And like I said, if that's how their culture is, nigga. This is our culture, nigga. We producing oil rigs and driving fucking vehicles in comparison to Rolls Royces, etc. So don't let these people lie to you and to let them tell you, like, you know what I'm saying, that, we come from, we don't have culture. The European is the only reason why we have any of this that my brother Amani is showing you. So definitely hit that like button, man. Share the build out. Let's get back into it, man. Peace to the gods and God.
Of $500,000 current value of $500,000 $1,900 to current. Okay, so the current value today with inflation at a 1.222% inflation rate is $15,471,000. Okay, so $500,000 100 years ago in the 1920s, current value is $15.5 million.
You said 15.5 million.
Yeah. So the value.
If she paid $500,000 for that, I'm quite sure she had to have way more money than that.
Well, of course.
Wow.
Okay, so we're gonna get to her here. Let's see here, the factory. I'm kind of speeding up here a bit. Oh, what was that?
Hey, just do me a favor. When they go over them businesses, man, just let the people know, man, we was doing all types of things. And you don't see no Europeans and none of them. You don't see no Europeans, man. These brothers is dressed in the finest clothes, man. So the European came and said, or what's them dirty Moors or European or them what they fuck them Huguenots right there. So are them Huguenots? Are them the Huguenots right there with all the wealth and your ass was poor?
Yeah. So now let's get to the important thing, the future, the education, right? So let's show some images of that. Education. Okay, schools. This is the Booker T. Washington School, 1st to 11th grade. And this is Haskell, Oklahoma. As you see the sign, Booker T. Washington School from 1st to 11th grades. Okay, Principal L. Locust, the principal. Haskell, Oklahoma, February 16, 1926, almost 100 years ago. I would have loved to know what curriculum, what they were actually teaching. So that would be interesting to know. And there's some of the children there. And that's beautiful. It's beautiful there, you know. And you look at their eyes, you know that they're giving proper information. You know, you can see it in the eyes.
Once again, I like to say it again. Listen, think about it like this, right? In 2026, niggas is still traumatized from slavery, right? Niggas traumatized from the movie Roots. Do them people look traumatized damn near 60 years later? They look like they don't know nothing about no goddamn slavery, man. They like they never even heard of it. Like this at this point in time, this shit is a myth. You understand? Like it's a goddamn myth. They look like they never heard of no goddamn slavery, money grip at all. But here you go, you got these FBAs, and like I said, I'm not trying to be funny on no FBAs because I know there's a starting point. But my biggest thing is like I just wish you guys would start coming to some of our channels and understanding that we wasn't fucking slaves, and you're not getting reparations for. If you don't get reparations for slaves, you'd have been got it. You'd have been got it, my nigga. They know we wasn't slaves. That's why they never gonna give you reparations for it. You niggas are chasing your own tail. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna get reparations for slavery money, grip. Now, whatever other type of repair that we need for what happened to us, right? You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother conversation. You have to start kind of like, piecing together the puzzle of what happened to us. But at the end of the day, you're not getting no reparations for no slavery, my nigga. You're not getting it. And then you niggas believe it and you keep on, spewing this on to the rest of the people, telling everybody we were slaves or whatever, my nigga. No, we wasn't no fucking slaves, my nigga. And this is like, and this is a consideration that you have to say, well, wait a minute, there's no white people here. Why will white people free you and then allow you to create these towns, right? And then come back and destroy it? Why? And all of the towns all of the time that they destroying the towns is around like World War I or like the end of World War I. When the military go across seas. So you have to understand that, man. Like I said, hit that like button, man. We're gonna keep rocking up, man. Let's
Disciplined, organized, you know. And we need to get back to this. You know, this is the most important demonstration of true nationality is when you control the information given to your youth.
Now, do you motherfuckers see any goddamn Mongols? Because if they would have been that mixed with these people, right? Since we are fucking mixed, right? Do any of these fucking people look like any fucking Mongols? Yeah, so when I said Mongols, 5 people that dropped off the line. Damn, Money Grip. I don't see no fucking Mongols. I mean, I know you guys was like, well, A1, you can't really see that good. Nah, I can't really. Look.
Well, they were in their own area. You know, they were in their own area. So, but we're gonna, you know, Solomon Sir Jones put on footage, you know, one in full dress, you know, and we're gonna see that later. Oh, boys basketball, you know. So they're playing basketball there, as you can see. Yeah, so that's, you know, that's awesome. Okay. So now let's get to let's show this here image here. For some reason, Mr. Jones thought this would be important to document this here. So let's get to it. So he just told this guy to put a gun on and pose for the camera. And here it is. He said, do your thing and we'll document it. Lights, camera, action. Come on, move, go. And they're in full habit.
Damn, this shit looks pseudo as hell, man. I'm Indian. Yeah, so I guess the other ones is African Americans and these are real Indians. Look.
Yeah, those are the masters, according to the cover story.
Some people gonna look at him and still say he one of our people and shit, right?
Okay, so now we can juxtapose that with this. There's a reason for everything with Mr. Jones. Let's see here. And then he wanted us to juxtapose that with the children here in habit, right? A little bit different there. Arrow, bow and arrow, a crown, feather crown there. See that real quick? That was small. It was just a few seconds, but you saw it, right? Now let's go here to international relations. Okay. Mr. Jones was international. All right, let's go to this here. 7, 12. Oh, this is Palestine here. Yep, this is a Palestine, Jerusalem. So this was 1928, I believe. 1925, this here. With Chrysler. And that's Mr. Jones there. And one of the guys, but look at that dude. He has a scepter. You see the scepter in his hand? He has a scepter.
Oh, that's a brother with a scepter?
Yeah, you see that scepter?
I'm not surprised, bro. I see pictures of Virginia Indians, well, Virginia Aborigines with scepters. Damn, son.
Now think about this when these brothers are traveling the world and seeing these things and all this, the confidence they have, knowing that you guys are cool, but you know, we provide the world oil. You know, we really have it going on, right? Just think about the confidence you have when you go traveling to other nations that your nation is secure and you're at the pinnacle of nation and civilization when you're controlling everything yourself. I mean, it's just an incredible feeling to have, right? Of confidence.
You really edifying them today, my brother. This is some real heavyweight. This is a real heavyweight jam, man. I don't normally tell you hit the like button, man. Hit the like button if you like, or hit the dislike button if you dislike. Overall, this is
look at Solomon Jones riding your ass. You see him like donkey? Did you see that?
Damn, son.
Look at him right there. That's him right there, riding that donkey right there. See that?
He's chilling. He's chilling riding that donkey and shit, nigga. Damn, son.
Man, look at it. But no, they want you to believe we were suffering and all that. No one's look at them on the horseback. No one's looking at them strange, like, what are you guys doing here? No one's paying them, you know what I'm saying? So
the motherfucking guards, man. They like, these niggas is guards. Look at the guards. You greasy bastards thought you was motherfucking them Indians that they show. You greasy bastards would have been like, man, I'd rather wear that right there, what they got on, than roll like this, right? This is how we was rolling when these people got here, and they learned that shit from us.
Yeah, so okay, so look, he's international, right? Traveling the world. But it's really interesting. The cover story is they say that Solomon Sir Jones was a slave. He was, now come on, people. If whatever slave system you guys are talking about, please bring that shit back. Please. You got to be kidding me. Bring it back.
Send me the email with the electric signature, and I'm gonna sign it right now.
Exactly. So I want to show this here because this is important. This is let's see here. I'm watching it, number 9, right? Construction. Okay, this is Mr. A.W. Marshall and Sons Constructing Company, constructing a church in Taft, Oklahoma. So building, and this is one of the most important aspects of civilization and nationality is when you're building, and you see that, you know, so brothers are coming together, building up these structures that you're living in and working in.
Are you telling me niggas is building this shit right here, Money? Yeah. Where's the white man with the blueprint instructing them niggas how to build this shit, man?
Well, I guess they taught them all that when they were on a slave plantation. They gave them all those skills on a plantation and said, go off and do your thing. Go off and do your thing, right?
You Negroes see them shit that you watching today. This is, I don't know what's bigger than a heavyweight, but this is a super heavyweight jam.
And here's health and medicine, a drugstore, okay? Okmulgee, Oklahoma. So when health and medicine, you control the medicine that your people consume. You control that. You know the chemical makeup of what's going in their body. You control all that stuff. This is a drugstore, and that's the owner, City Drugs.
God, look at this shit here, nigga. So the white man set all this up for you to have, right? He set all this up for some slaves, right? They living better. Remember how white people, they was vagabonds when they first got here. Scumbags and what they call them, flea stacks and rascals and niggas running around with potato sacks on and shit. This is how your people was rolling. This nigga got a big ass gun, man. What the fuck is that?
Okay, so now, and yeah, so that's still the drugstore there, So, now I'm going to show slides of the military base. Oh, this is a hotel. This is them at the hotel there in Muskogee, Oklahoma. December 25th, Christmas time. So this is inside the hotel dining area. Also, you know, guests traveling in from different areas. Oh, one more thing. Bowley, Oklahoma. Very important. That's one of the most successful towns in the world.
My man, a flat top.
Now look at the hotel. Look how huge that hotel is. Look at that. That's the hotel. Look at that.
So the white man came and built that, right? You guys gonna believe the white man came and built that after you already seen Negroes building buildings, right? So the white man came and built that while the Indians who had human slaves living in teepees, right? And running around there with them ridiculous ass outfits on, right? You niggas better wake up, man. You better fucking wake up, y'all. Wake the fuck up. I'm telling you.
Okay, so now let's get to the security portion because all this stuff has to be protected. Because once you start having things, the have-nots are trying to come and jack you for it. So you have to be able to protect it.
I thought the white man was protecting them. You mean well, let's see who's protecting us. So the white man, we can't call the police. You know what I mean? Them people who live in that city at the white man that showed them how to build all that, they just can't call the regular police. I mean, so they gotta have their own military too.
Well, they had their own police, their own sheriff, all that.
What?
Yeah.
I don't believe. I wouldn't believe it unless I seen it, man.
You know, you're gonna see it. This is the Creek Company Training School. Yeah, let's see. Look at that. That's the Creek Company Training School. The Creek Company Training School. Did you see the sign? Want to see it again? Let's go to what the sign says here.
Look at the trains, brother. That's just the El Reno L.
Well, that's an auto collision company to deal with the you want to get your car fixed and all that, right? See that? See that? Creek Company Training School, Harlanville, Oklahoma.
Let's see what the people look like. Well, what you mean? That's just a name, man. I ain't no Creek Indians or no Creek Aborigines, man. That's just a goddamn name of the training school. Man.
Well, we have to admit this. Since we've been, cut off. That umbilical cord's been cut off for at a minimum 100 years. Whenever we try to reconnect with that, and if you're not competent, you go into a courtroom with that. What happens? They throw your case out. And what happened to the so-called freedmen? They were kicked out of Cherokee Nation, and so they don't want us to get back to that. But during this time, no one had a problem with them saying Creek County. No one came in and said, "Oh, you can't do this." No federal district court said, "Oh, you guys can't do that. What are you doing?" So obviously, they were still connected to that umbilical cord. Yeah, so that's the little school there for them. And these are cadets. So they start early for military training. These are cadets. And then I'm gonna
look real quick, right?
Yeah.
You see what we had back then, and you guys is talking about like, you know, we had a talk yesterday with the Empress and everybody, right? You see how we was rolling before they put drugs in our community and put this rap music in our community and got us running around here killing each other. The young brothers that's out here killing each other would have been part of the cadets, man. You know what I'm saying? You see how we was rolling?
Yep.
The niggas think they live better now than then, right?
Yeah, so exactly. So when you own everything around you, you're gonna take care of it when you feel a part of it, right? So you care for it more, and you want to make sure and you want to maintain that, and you treat it with the utmost care because it's yours. You're connected to it. Yeah. So now let's I'm going to show some of this here real quick. Email, inbox. Okay. Now these are some of the still images that I took from these documentaries. Now you see this gentleman here? You see the bars, the stripes on him? That's high ranking. Looks like he's could be a what do you call a 1-star? Look like a 1-star general. Now I did research during the time the United States military, United States Corporation military uniform, they don't have a uniform like this. Totally different uniform. Okay. Now this is actually inside of a military base. Inside of a military base. Now we're going to get deep into this because this is important. Because this is a mystery. So this is inside the military base. Now let me show you what's on the outside of it here. Right here. Okay, look at this. Now, this is the outside of the military base that Mr. Jones shot before going inside. Okay. Now, we see here, these are the numbers. Now, you can trace every military unit, its genealogy through its number. What does this say? It says the 1st Battalion, 1st F.A. F means field, A is artillery, 1st Field Artillery, 1st Battalion, 1st Field Artillery. So the genealogy of this unit, this is the first. It's the mother. Now, Mr. Jones shot this in the mid-20s, close to 100 years ago. But because it's the 1st Battalion, it means it goes back hundreds of years. Because if you look at the battalion today, I believe the number is in the 300s or 400s today, right? So now, when you do the knowledge on this, when you do the research on this battalion, 1st Field Artillery, it goes back to the War of 1812, to many of what they call the Indian Wars. And later on, one of Mr. Jones's travels, he went up to Iowa, to Fort Madison. Fort Madison was one of the forts that the Creeks Muskogee built when they were fighting the Sioux. All right. So and so that's why Mr. Jones went there to document that Fort Madison, because it has a history with the 1st Battalion. Another thing, William Ellison, grandson, was part of the 1st Field Artillery in the part of the Confederate during the Civil War. So this is very important. Okay, we got the 3rd Battalion, 20th Infantry, okay, and the 44th Observation Squadron. All right. Now, this is the question though. And I think I confirmed its location, because if you notice, every segment that Mr. Jones shoots, he gives a location and a description. Like we'll say, for example, the bakery or the Rashdale's oil field. But if you notice, he did not give the location of this military base. He did that on purpose. Now, it had to be part of a military base that he's associated with, because no military base is going to let anyone enter inside of his facilities and start shooting shit with a camera. No one's going to do that. And if it was part of the United States Corporation military base, and if the Albions were on there and in high positions, they're definitely not going to let Mr. Jones start filming shit with the camera. And another thing, when you do the research on the 1st Battalion, 1st Field Artillery, there's not a lot of information on it because it's not in their jurisdiction. All right? Now, I believe that the location of this is in Muskogee, this military base. So this is the $1 million question. Where is it located? Where is it now? That's a whole nother research topic that we need researchers on. I do plan on going to actually to Oklahoma whenever this virus stuff clear up.
And you know what?
Japan.
You know what? Check
Yes.
this out. I wonder, was any of them battalions in World War I and II?
No, not the 1st Battalion, because this is an old unit. So if any of the battalions that were born out of the 1st Battalion, yes, they've currently been adopted in the current U.S. corporation military system. But they're the offspring of this one. It's the 1st Battalion. So their battles, now you can look up their battles, their famous battles. One's War of 1812, of course, the Civil War. So that 1st Battalion, the 1st Field Artillery, you can see what battles that they participated in by looking up that particular unit. But they're not around today. But that's the outside of the base, okay? Now, let me show you something. Let's look at some images inside the military base. And this will blow your mind, all right? Hold on, these are still images. Email them to myself here. So we're looking at stuff here that no one gets the opportunity to see these images. No one knows about this. The 1st Field Artillery, and when you hear that William Ellison's grandson on the side of the Confederates was part of the 1st Field Artillery. Now remember, I'm going to go over the 1866 treaty with the Creeks, and that treaty, the United States, remember the Creek military, 5 nations joined the Confederate side. And so the United States, when they entered, one of the clauses in the treaty, because you guys kind of betrayed us a little bit, you got to cede western part of Oklahoma to us. So that was part of the deal. And the Creeks, of course, agreed to that contract, and they ceded the western part of Oklahoma. And then that's when the United States started giving out all those land, homestead acts, when all those Albions went in Oklahoma in 1890. And we're going to get into a little bit of that as well. So now let's look inside of this military base here. I'm going to show you something that is amazing, incredible facts here, right? And this is going to change the narrative because we're going to get into a little bit of Tulsa, right? And remember, we don't want to buy everything they're selling to us about Tulsa, Oklahoma either. And we're going to get into this here. All right, so let's look inside this military base. Now look at that right there, okay? Now those are barracks, but you can see how big it is inside this base. Those are barracks. And you see up here, we got telephone poles, we had communications, all right?
Yeah, nah, I got a lot of videos that I need to really start chopping up, and this is definitely one of them. This is definitely one of them that need to be chopped up and need to be put out there. Because like I said, this is extraordinary work, and I was just glad to be part and parcel of this, man. Shout out to my brother Amani Bey. I was glad to just be in on it and me learning something. And this brother, like I said, he didn't came with this information, and ever since then, I'd never looked at this shit the same. Never looked at it the same. So definitely, man, hit that like button, man. Share this build out. This is a super heavyweight, even though this was done approximately, I think, 5 years ago. I think we did this. Did we do it? Yeah, we did it at the end of 2020. So it's almost 5. But the good question is this, right? Now remember, they tell you that the Trail of Tears, right? This is a story that we get, right? Them black people that are only in Oklahoma via the Trail of Tears, right? The Trail of Tears, and then they was released, and they saying that the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the 5 civilized tribes was the one that enslaved them, and they went to Oklahoma, right? But at the same token, we just seen the fucking Indians, my nigga. And this nigga was running around a horse, man. So how did them, if you was bound to them people, right? You was bound to them. You was never bound. You was never around white people. How did you learn? How did you learn all this? How did you gather the materials for you to be able to mass produce this? Where did you get the education for you to do this if the people who formerly had you enslaved ain't even doing it? You understand what I'm saying? How? That's right. Yeah, I know they was fake slaves, but I'm just saying, just to the question that somebody will come see. We would be asking. We would all gather up and be watching this shit, right? And then the European will come up with an explanation, and some nigga believe them instead of staying on point to where we trying to collaborate thoughts, and we're trying to figure this stuff out. Somebody will come and get them an explanation, and then they'll just fall for it because the white man gave it to them. They ain't using none of their discernment or none of their intuition from the ancestors, that the ancestors is literally telling you, nah, nigga, the mongoloids wasn't your masters. And in fact, the white people that you see in Oklahoma, you was their masters. You understand what I'm saying? But then, like, even when you get into the Dawes Rolls, I read that in before 1492, America was a Negro continent. I read continent. I read some of that, right? Let me see real quick. Hold up. Oh, I'm in the Dawes Rolls now. Let me see something real quick. Hold up. All right, so boom. Now check this out. All right, so the Dawes Act of 1887. It says subsequently 1898, the Curtis Act forcefully allotted communal tribal land and individuals severely. I ain't showing it on the screen. I'm just reading it from my other computer. Severely impacting black Indians. They got quotation freemen. It say in the Cherokee and Choctaw and Chickasaw Creek and Seminole nations. It forced these black tribal members into the U.S. capitalist land system. It's saying often separated them from their tribes while granting them U.S. citizenship, but also subjecting them to Jim Crow laws in the newly formed Oklahoma. Now, listen, now, this is in 1820 something, right? Now, Amani just read and just said that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of them construction companies or one of them businesses wasn't part of the United States, wasn't part of the United States system, right? As well as he going to show you with this military, right? But this is how they feed us the lies, right? When we catch them in lies, we still somehow acquiesce to us being that of what they tell us we are. We're not sitting up in here figuring this shit out like, nah, money grip. Nah, this is some bullshit. We couldn't have been doing this, right? So it says forcefully allotment, black freemen. It's saying were required to register on specific Dawes rolls to receive land allotment, a process that that frequently excluded some, right? It said despite their legal right within their tribes, allotment and land ownership, while some received land, the act primarily goal was to privatize tribal land, causing massive loss of territory for both Native Americans and Black Indians, right? Gained land. It's saying the overall effect was an erosion of their rights within the native nations and subjection of racial segregation in the U.S. political system. Now check this out real quick. Let me see something. I want to kind of show you something. All right, boom. I'm gonna read this part right here. This to kind of give you an understanding, right? So it said the mechanisms of this dispossession, how the land was stolen. Understand how the land was stolen from freemen and Aboriginal nations requires seeing the system as a whole. Phase one, reclassification. It's saying force indigenous people to cede land through coercion treaties. Categorize dark-skinned indigenous people as black freemen and color. Now look, even from the Sir Solomon Jones film, I don't get the impression that they're freemen, black or colored. I get the impression that they are who they are, what the signs say, and the areas that they live in. Because even most of the tribes, most of this tribal shit is really areas. It's like, okay, you're a New Jerseyan. So, okay, that area would have been Cherokee. Oh, you're Tasaugi. Oh, that area would have been Tasaugi. That's the reason why you took on title. You understand what I'm saying? So, being as though that they was in Ogamichi or Ogamichi, I believe that's what it said, and Muskogee area. All the signs we seen is Ogamichi and Muskogee. And then you're seeing some of them was Creek, and he's reading that the people was identifying as being Creek, right? It said create separate roles that fragment communities by race. Promised land to free people, but never delivered. Phase two, documentation. Dawes Roll Commission creates. Now, understand this, right? I believe that this was their mission, even though it happened eventually. But at this time that they telling us, this is not what happened. Because how do these people go on to own all this shit and be sovereign, and Europeans are not even Europeans are not even interfering with their day-to-day life, with the shit that they doing day to day. You understand what I'm saying? Because even from reading this, you will get the impression that okay, these people created more civilized civilizations than they created, right? And also the Indians. So why were these people allowed to just live freely like that, even up into that time? Even though eventually, yeah, we kind of met some of our demise, but at this point in time, when they telling us that we did this didn't take effect of us until probably the 1940s, man. Okay. Phase two, documentation, 1898 to 1914. The Dawes Commission create rigid racial categories. It say apply blood quantum to determine authentic indigenous identity. Place freemen on separate roles regardless of indigenous ancestry, right? It said create doubtful categories for dark skin applicants, reject applications for those who did not match phenotypic expectations. Okay, so just put that in hand when we watch the rest of this video, because I'm gonna rock out probably for about another hour or whatever. So just we're gonna play some more of this or whatever. And just keep that in mind. And also, like I said, where are the American Indians if these people had us enslaved? Where are they at? We get seen an example of an Indian, and he don't look like he can teach you shit except how to walk around a fucking horse. He don't look like he can teach you too much of this stuff that the brother Amani is showing. Okay, so man, hit that like button, share the build out, man. We gonna keep on rocking, man. Peace to guys, peace to guys. Let's continue.
Now, those are barracks. Now let me show you this. This is the mind blower here. Look at that. That's what you call a hangar. That's a hangar, right? And what do you put inside of a hangar? Aircraft. Aircraft inside of a hangar. So now let me show you another general, an older general here. Now this particular general we just saw a minute ago, he's inside of the military base. Now when you actually watch the footage, he nods and says hello to Mr. Jones while Mr. Jones is filming him. All right. Now let me show you an image of another general, but he's outside in the town. And he's an older gentleman, this guy here. Now look at this. Look at the bar there. Okay, look at the bars and look at the stripes on him. Same uniform as the other guy, same uniform, but this uniform you can't find this uniform during the time. Now this is the cover story. Sometimes when you go on to YouTube, you put on their terms, what they call black towns in Oklahoma, and then you hear a narrator speaking over the documentary. You hear them say, "Oh, these were World War I soldiers." But wait a minute.
Now somebody said airplanes, right? Katrina, you said airplanes, right? Now, do you think the white man was selling these people airplanes? How did they get access to airplanes? And nevertheless, the cars and all this other stuff that we seeing, right? These people had demand. If these motherfuckers was as racist as they saying they were, do you think these people will sell you anything, my nigga? Anything? You think they sold them an airplane? Let's make some sense of this stuff, right? You think these people sold you an airplane, or was you the one who created aerodynamics? Make it make sense, man. You see what I'm saying? They stole all of our shit, then gave it to the Nazis because they telling you the Nazis is the ones that created the car. When the Nazis was using Ford, which Ford came after the Greenfield automobile, which was C.R. Patterson. I just showed you, right? Hold up. Look, I just showed y'all. Let me see where it's at. I think it's up. I just showed you Jay Gregory created the motor. Okay? If he created the motor, there was no motor before this. They ain't say, oh, he rebuilt on a motor or he, and even when they say that, you still know that these people lying, right? Hold up. Let me see something. Look, the automatic gear shift, RB spikes. Okay, look, check this out. Look, check this out. One of them say the helicopter, nigga. The helicopter, Paul E. Williams. Look, the air blimp. Okay, JF Pickney, and actually, in the last bill, the legendary Indians in Compton that Amani did, he actually showed you the goddamn pattern for the airship. So what do we have? What are we talking about? Why are we even arguing with Tethers, my nigga? You understand? We the gods. Like so, like and remember, besides we the gods, our technology, our culture, You know, you got niggas coming here from other countries to cook, serve you fried chicken, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And soul food. These people that undermined us so much to where we didn't abandon our economics and allowed some goddamn sand diggers to come here and sell you fried chicken and set up chicken shacks on all of your corners, my nigga. Okay? Then let the Japanese take over the hair, what's the name? Dealing with hair products. After he gets showed you, see, Madam C.J. Walker actually had that. So these are economics that we had that the Europeans have found a way to surplus us and undermine us and give it to these fucking foreigners to come into our country and sell this shit to us, my nigga. Meanwhile, you got Tethers on TikTok and all these other places talking about what we ain't good for and what we never done and how lazy we are. And here it is, a general got a goddamn airplane or whatever. Meanwhile, these Malama for riding around on donkeys, man, at this point in time, nigga. I mean, besides, I know, no pun intended, that Solomon Jones was riding around on a donkey. A lot of people didn't have, and I'm not trying to really, I'm not, listen, understand this, right? There's levels to this shit. And the level is I don't have to put nobody down to build myself up. But at the same token, when you got people questioning what is your contribution to the world, we're showing you the contribution to the world. You know, I'm not bragging about it. I'm just pretty much just simply the truth, like Jay-Z said. Not bragging, just simply the truth. Okay? Peace to God, man. Let's get back into the bill, man. Oh shit, hold up. That was the wrong one. Hold up. Let me get back. Hold up. My bad, y'all. But you gotta you gotta really understand this, man. Like, you know, we done been lied to, we done been, we done been miseducated or whatever. People that indoctrinated us with their so-called thoughts, and now we running around here calling us we're slaves, and the slaves are the slave owners. Go figure that. We're slaves, and the slaves are the slave owners, man. Let's get back into this.
World War One was in fucking from 1914 to 1917. This is 1925. So the old man has post-traumatic war syndrome where he's putting on his fucking uniform, walking out in public. No one's buying that crap. No one's gonna. A guy's not gonna go home from war and 8 years later walking around in town with his fucking uniform on, right? You see, so obviously he's connected with the base, and this is Muskogee. So although Mr. Jones didn't give us the exact location, he put the puzzles together for us to figure it out. So this gentleman, if he's in town, he's close to that base where he can a car ride away, whatever, right? See, so we have to analyze information properly and not buy their crap, because no one's going to come home for war and 8 years later walk out into the street with their fucking uniform on. So they could protect their stuff. All right. Now, let me send you images here of the sheriff. And we're going to go over the treaty, where the treaty talks about, they have your own police department, sheriff, court, all that stuff. That's all part of the deal, all part of the treaty. But this is nationality demonstrated.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Hey Katrina, I was just listening to it on the back. I wasn't directing that towards you. I was just saying that just in light that you said airplanes and you pointed that out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wasn't directing that towards you or whatever. I was just saying that just in light that for the people, for the people in the back of the slow bus who do believe that the European came along, like, I got an airplane to sell you. You want to buy it? You know what I'm saying? As opposed to us being the original inventors of any flying object, any flying propeller vehicle that is being utilized now. So I just wanted to just put that out there. All right. So peace, peace, peace.
Expressed in civilization. Okay, so let's take a look at the sheriff here. Okay. These are police officers here. Okay. These are police officers. He has his weapon. He has his weapon. He has a weapon and a shotgun. Now, they actually just arrested a man. And I'm going to show that image. This guy here, they arrested him. They arrested this gentleman here. I don't know what the hell he did, but they caught him. Okay, here it is here. Pop it up. And you see this guy here? He's cuffed. This guy is cuffed. It's the cigar arrested his ass, right? But these are prisoners. They caught him. Okay? So
look real quick. You see what you guys see this shit right here, right? Now, you wouldn't have none of these situations. But then again, we probably shoot each other too if we need to, but you wouldn't have none of these situations with some of these police shootings. If you believe they real or if you believe in fake, if we had our own military or our own sheriff in our own towns to police them like you see right now. So what you're seeing right now is what we supposed to be doing today. Keep going, brother.
okay, all right. So we have that there. Let me show you another image of one of the sheriffs here in another town with his badge. So you can really see this here. So, this is nationality playing out, civilization playing out. You have your own nation, and you control every component of your nation. You see, so you're not a dependent nation on others to provide you products and services. You produce products and services that, of course, you sell to customers in your nation and internationally as well, right? Okay, and this is one of the sheriffs here. You see it with his badge. There's his gun. Two beautiful sisters behind him. But that's the sheriff, right? So here, show you an image about the oil being produced, and this is one of the expressions of that, where one of the customers, because oil, if you notice, they all had their own automobiles at that time, very nice cars, of course, and those cars need gas, right?
So let me ask you a question real quick. Is there a reason why the sheriff star is the Star David?
I haven't done the knowledge to that really, but I'm sure there is a reason. That's a good research topic, so we can maybe get into that and research that. This is one of the gas stations owner. You see that it's pumping gas into the car. So they have their own gas stations, of course. And so if there's gas stations all over, then of course that's one of the main customers that it be for the Ragsdales, for example, to provide gas to that customer. But with the size of their oil well, as a matter of fact, we're going to get into their oil well now. When you see these images, and we have to see these images, we want these images etched into your memories forever. So you'll see this stuff here. So you won't be victims of the sorcery crap, right? So here, look at this here, because this here is just incredible. It's just, this is the question, family. Because what is it all about? It's about securing your inheritance, your hereditaments, okay? Your birthrights. So the question is this: where did they go? Where did the people like the Ragsdales go? Where did all these people go in these areas? It's like they just vanished. Now, again, I'm going to go to these locations, and I have the coordinates to the oil field. I'm going to go visit there and really do some footwork to investigate what the hell's going on, because it's almost as if they just vanished, or maybe they're in a parallel universe. I don't fucking know, right? But if the young sister Sarah Rector was one of the wealthiest girls in the world, and she was just getting a percentage, the Ragsdales, you want to talk about, screw Bill Gates, screw the guy who started fucking Amazon, right? You can't put a number. Look at this. This is an oil field.
Damn.
Look at this.
Whoa. So you telling me no white people own none of that?
This is the Ragsdale's oil field.
Stop it real quick. Let these Negroes get a feast your eyes on this, Negroes. You niggas who think y'all Indians, feast your eyes on this, man. You think the white man set you up for all this, or is these niggas Huguenots and they sold us out?
Now let's go to the next image here. Let's go to the next image here.
Yeah, money grip.
Let's go to the next image here.
You already know.
Look, you see the car in the distance. You see the car. You see how vast that land is. That's not 40 acres. That's not 80 acres. That's not 160 acres.
That's like the flat earth. God damn. Oh, God damn, son. Oh, so the white man set you up for all this, taught you the knowledge for you to live like this, or did we create this shit already? Did we was already doing this shit? So the Indians who you think of Indians was rolling like this. This is how real Indians was rolling.
Now, let's get into this treaty here.
Yeah.
And let's get into this stuff here. Let's get into this treaty.
Like button, man. It's some real heavyweight shit, man. Like always. Yeah, I thought we were slaves, right? Where American copper, Aboriginal son. Look, I thought we were slaves, right?
Okay. Treaty with the Cherokee, 1866. July 19th, 1866. Ratified July 27th, 1866. Proclaimed August 11th, 1866. Okay. Preamble. Whereas existing treaties between the United States and the Cherokee Nation are deemed to be insufficient, the said contracting parties agree as follows. Okay. And of course, Article 1, just real quick here, just so you'll understand what the United States did. The pretended treaty made with the so-called Confederate States by the Cherokee Nation on the 7th day of October, 1861, and repudiated by the National Council of the Cherokee Nation on the 18th day of February, 1863, is hereby declared to be void. So the Cherokee entered into contract with the Confederate States because they joined their side. And so now Article 1, they're voiding, canceling out that contract because this particular contract will supersede any other pre-existing contracts the Cherokee had, in particular, especially with the Confederates. Okay, now let's get into this here. So to set the record straight on the slaves issue, Article 4. All right, all the Cherokees and freed persons who were formerly slaves to any Cherokee. Now, let me repeat that clause. All the Cherokees and freed persons who were formerly slaves to any Cherokee. So that means that a Cherokee could have been a slave to another Cherokee. Did you get that? All the Cherokees who were formerly slaves to any Cherokee. So if you're a Cherokee and your ancestors were enslaved to a Cherokee individual, you're full-blooded. You're not a fucking freedman. Now let's continue. Start from the beginning. Put this shit onto the ethers. All the Cherokees and freed persons who were formerly slaves to any Cherokee, and all free Negroes not having been such slaves, who resided in Cherokee Nation, which is Oklahoma, prior to June 1st, 1861, who may within 2 years elect not to reside in northeast of Arkansas River and southeast of Grand River, shall have the right to settle in and occupy the Canadian district southwest of the Arkansas River, and also all the tract of country lying northwest of Grand River and bounded by the southeast by Grand River and west by the Creek Reservation to the northeast corner thereof. Now, let's go back and analyze what we just read. Not only did the article tells you that Cherokees were some of the Cherokees were actually slaves of other Cherokee individuals, but you had free Negroes who were not even slaves to the Cherokee in Oklahoma. And if they chose to stay there, they had the right to do so. You want to read it again?
Man, edify these niggas. I mean, these Negroes, man. Edify them, man. This is some heavyweight shit, man.
All Cherokees who were formerly slaves to any Cherokee. All free Negroes not having been such slaves, who resided in Cherokee Nation prior to the war, can stay there in Oklahoma. Stop buying shit these source words are fucking selling. Read the fucking treaty. You're going to give up your inheritance. You lost your fucking birthrights. We're going to sue these individuals, sue the states that participated, sue the individuals that came up with this shit, the Dawes Commission, all that crap all that crap is fallacious. It's.
Hey y'all, real quick. Hey, y'all remember in Friday and shit when Pinky had Ice Cube and sit in the record store and he was like, nigga, say one more word, nigga, and it's over. That's how we gotta start telling these motherfuckers, like, nigga, say one more word, nigga. I'ma show you this shit, nigga. You nigga, and it's over with, nigga. It's over with. Cause like I said, this shit, man, like, I mean, come on, bro. Come on, man. Like for real, bro. Like, I mean, this is a mic drop right here, man. You know what I'm saying? These others, oh, all you niggas is good for is single parent homes, and why are we able to do better than y'all? This is what we was doing in the 1900s, and we can go back further than that and show you. But this is like I said, Pinky, say one more word, nigga, and it's over with, nigga. Say one more word, nigga, and it's over. Let's get back into it, man. Peace to God.
It's just, it's eugenics. Do you know that when they were selecting people to put on the Dawes roll, they would physically look at you, and if you didn't look a certain way, they didn't consider you Cherokee. You can't buy that. You bought it and you lost your birthrights. I will email A1 a copy of this treaty. He'll put in a link so you guys can have a copy of it. You're not a fucking freedman. Now, let me show this here. It's another little short documentary here we're going to get into. Hold on here. Okay, who we are. All right. We're going to watch this documentary called The Oklahoma Indians, where we are who we were. Okay? Let's watch this here shortly here.
Are we still good, or you still with me, Mike?
Oh yeah. We just will roll. This will end. When this ends, we're gonna analyze it.
Hey, listen up, right? Ain't no sound. You just looking through the images. He gonna give you some
Oh, there's no sound?
Nah, ain't no sound.
Oh wow. Hold on. Hold on a second here. I don't know that. It's supposed to be sound there. What's going on? What should I do here? Sound. Okay, all right. There's no sound. I'm gonna end it, and I'm gonna talk about it a little bit here. Let's see here. Okay, is it still showing? You see the treaty here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I thought there was sound there. So they were basically talking about how the Removal Act, forced them from their area in the southeast into Oklahoma territory, and how much that they had to suffer, and the ill treatment by the United States government towards them. But nowhere in there do they talk about bringing any their slaves with them. And you see their way of life, and what we just saw documented by Mr. Jones, the way of life is totally different, totally separate. So yes, they're in an area, but their way of life and their culture is strikingly different based upon what we just saw. Okay, but the notion of now, of course, if you enslave a group of people, you control everything they think, their thought, their viewpoint of the world, their knowledge, whatever you input into them. Okay, so there's an obvious disconnect when it comes to the informational sharing and acquisition of information. You see, so there's, based upon what we just saw, there's a clear disconnect that there are two different, distinct cultures. Okay, and we just read Article 4 of the treaty, which is right in our face here. So when it comes to Cherokee having slaves, they enslaved other Cherokee, and then here there were so-called free Negroes not having been slaves to any Cherokee, who also had the right to remain in Oklahoma or Indian Territory. And those are the ones that were there way before the Civil War. This is what Article 4 just clearly states right here, so that we're clear on this issue. So for anyone who has ancestors from this particular location in Oklahoma, and you're that by blood, you need to claim your inheritance. And if you have any problems, let us know. And but you have to be clear. You go in as a freedman, then you are basically giving up your true birthrights, and your status is lowered, and then they can treat you accordingly, right? So just be clear on what the treaty actually says. And now that you know what it says, and if you're from that any one of those nations in there, you can use this if you've been mistreated or denied. Now, if you notice, the attorney who represented the so-called freedmen in that Supreme Court case when they got their citizenship back with the Cherokee, I actually communicated with him. But you got to remember, the worst thing you can ever have is have a bar member represent you, because it's a conflict of interest for them. They can never truly 100%, support your position and interest, right? Because they're state agents licensed with the state. So there's a conflict of interest. But why didn't he get into the issue of the freedmen? And that
My bad, y'all. I stepped away. You said ain't no sound? Hold up. Let me close it out and come back in. Sorry about that, y'all. Shit. My bad, y'all. I had to step away for a second. Let me see.
that's particular status by using the treaty. They don't even get into this kind of stuff. So, it's all about claiming our inheritance, claiming our birthright. That's why we do this stuff. So, let me get to let's see here. Well, first we can stop here, and if there are any questions that anyone has, please feel free to ask. You're free to open up the lines there.
Nah, go ahead. Continue to build. If people got some questions, I'll let them come on in a little later on. You more to go, or you finito?
No, not yet. There, it was something I wanted to get into here. Let's see here. Okay, so we got into that treaty there. Okay, so now what I want to get into here to also clarify some stuff here is this here, okay? This document here. Let's get into this. I sat back here and listened to this issue of slaves and all this crap for a bit too long here, and we need to clear this up about transporting of slaves and African slaves. I mean, when a salesperson who's selling that stuff to you come up and start talking African slaves, the very word African slave ought to make you should raise a red flag. Wait a minute, salesperson, African slaves, that's an entire fucking continent. What are we talking about? With over 50 different nations. So when they want to talk about, say, oh, African slaves this, African slaves that, but they can't pinpoint the exact nation, then you don't want to buy that product from that salesperson. Because now let's set up a template for that, okay? Let's actually set up a template. Now, hopefully you can see this here. This is the original lists of persons of quality, immigrants, religious exiles, political rebels, serving men sold for a term of years, apprentices, children stolen, maidens pressed, and others who went from Great Britain to the American plantations, 1600 to the 1700s, okay? This list is of the Virginia Company / London Company, basically the ship's manifest, And that's important because if a salesperson's coming up to you talking about, oh, the African slave trade, but they fail to present to you a manifest, you don't want to buy that product. So now let's get into what an actual manifest looks like. So you'll know when someone says a continent and that continent had slaves brought over, would they give you a continent? No, that's a red flag right there, okay? Now, let's get into this here. You wonder why no one showed you this. Genealogical Historical Societies of the United States of America. This collection of the names of the immigrant ancestors of many thousands of American families. Now remember, people, the Virginia Company, that was the company that set up the American colonies. And because it was a public company with shareholders, okay, shareholders they have to get paid, correct? How do they get paid? By detailed accounting of the numbers. That means the ship, the captain, the crew, every name of the person who's going to embark on that vessel, where they got them from, how much they all cost, because there's a calculation for all of this for the shareholders to get paid. We're not going to be the dumbed down people no more. We're not going to be idiots. And after we go through this, we're actually going to take a look at that bogus fraudulent website called Slave Voyages. And now we will have we'll have more of an ability to look on that website, look at a couple of words, see what's on it, analyze it, and recognize that they're full of shit. Okay, now, look at this. Register of the names of all the passengers from London during one whole year ending Christmas 1635. All right, so we have the ship names, right? We got the captains of the ship. All right, this is this table of contents, right? We got their positions, all of this details, right? All these ship names and the captains, all right? And then it tells you the pages. So this is a table of contents before we get into the main body of what the actual manifest look like. Passengers by the commission of soldiers according to the statute, Christmas 1631, 1632, entry into America, patent rolls, the list of the living and the dead in Virginia. So not only did they account for the living in the colonies, but they accounted for the dead in the colonies. We know all their names. Walloons and French immigrants. So you had French coming over to England, taking off from that port. Musters of inhabitants of Virginia. Now, a muster is a military soldier. So you know what that word means, of the inhabitants of Virginia. Now remember, Virginia, when they call it Virginia, don't think of the current location of Virginia today. At that time, Virginia was way from the northeast all the way down to the south, Barbados. All that's Virginia, the Virgin Queen. So we can't confuse today's locations with during this time, all right? And we have here, right? Register of persons about to pass into foreign parts for March. The summer islands. This is key because this is Bermuda. We're going to get into a little bit of this as well, okay? Because that 1619 project crap that they've been promoting and they're actually teaching, they won the battle because they're actually teaching that crap to many of the children in schools now, 3,500 schools, public schools, they're teaching that crap. But they talk about the Bermuda and some captain, but you do a quick search, they are liars, and we're going to get into that, okay? But these are the details. Now let's actually go down and look at what an actual manifest looks like here. Okay, Barbados, all the list of inhabitants, everything was accounted for, family. Don't let them trick you. List of all the fucking ships. Okay, this is the introduction. We don't need to get into that. Let's just get down to the nitty gritty, the meat and potatoes of this stuff here. All right. Scroll on down. This is 624 pages. All right. Now, there's something else you must know. Everyone had to take what's called an oath of allegiance and supremacy. And then when you take that oath, the captain is issued a certificate from the Virginia Company so that they're all certified with a particular number on it, right? But they all have to take the oath of allegiance and supremacy, all right? Let's go on something more interesting here. Let's see here. Let's see. True role list. Okay, let's look at this one here. A true roll or list of the names, surnames, and qualities of all such persons who have taken passage from the town and port of Sandwich for the American plantations, since the last certificate of such passengers returned into the office of Dover Castle. Now, that certificate is the allegiance, the oath of allegiance and supremacy, because they had to take the oath, register the certificate, okay, in the office, and then they get to depart, okay? Now, we have Thomas Starr of Canterbury. He's a yeoman, and his wife, Sarah, and they have one child. There's Edward Johnson of Canterbury, joiner, and his wife, Susan, 7 children and 3 servants. Okay, continue here. There's Nicholas Butler, 3 children and his wife Joyce, 5 servants. Samuel Hall of Canterbury, Joan his wife, 3 servants, etc., etc. But all these people came out of England. All right? And 7. So we have certified under the seal of the office of Mayoralty, June 9th, 1637. We have next to notice the record compiled by, okay, that's editing stuff there. You're doing if I can change names. Okay, let's talk about editing here. Let's get to the actual manifest here. Oh, and actually, I may have found the ship that Antonio came on, and we're going to go over that, aka Anthony Johnson. And based upon this here manifest, he came on a ship called the James, and it left out of Bristol, England. Okay, look at this. List of the passengers in the Mayflower. We all heard about the Mayflower, right? They tell us about the Mayflower in school, but they never showed us the manifest. All right, let's look at it. Being the names of those who came over first in the year 1620 and were the founders of New Plymouth, which led to the planting of the other New England colonies. This list of their, quote, names, unquote, and families was preserved by Governor Bradford at the close of his history and is here presented in the order in which he placed them. The value of such an accurate list cannot be too highly estimated. Mr. John Carver, who was chosen their first governor on their arrival at Cape Cod. He died the first spring. Catherine, his wife, she died a few weeks after her husband in the beginning of summer. Desire Mentor, and afterwards returned to her friends in poor health and died in England. So this particular individual, Desiree, she returned to England and died in poor health. John Holand, manservant, afterwards married the daughter of John Tilley and had 10 children. Roger Wilder, a servant, died in the first sickness. Sickness means the disease. They were catching diseases. And when you dig deep into these manifests, you're going to discover that the mortality rate was very, very high early on when they came over, okay? William Latham, a boy, after more than 20 years, visited England and died in the Bahama Islands. A maid servant who married and died 1 or 2 years after, Jasper Moore, who died in the first season. Mr. William Brewster, the ruling elder, lived some 23 or 4 years after his arrival, married his wife, died between 1623 and 1627. Love Brewster, a son, married, lived in the year 1650, had 4 children. And Wrestling Brewster, youngest son. Richard Moore and brother, 2 boys placed with the elder, etc. So we see here that they had the details, family. They had records of all this stuff here, right? And they had their servants along with them. Okay, we have all this here. This is the Mayflower. Now let's get to another ship. List of passengers that arrived after the first year, and the second small ship called the Fortune. Okay, being parts of families and others left in England or Holland the year before, they arrived at New Plymouth on 11th of November, 1621. John Adams, William Bassett, William Beale, Edward Bonepass, Jonathan Brewster, Clement Briggs, John Cannon, William Connor, Robert Cushman. All these details, okay? And let's see here. And oh yeah, here's another list of those who came over in the Anne and the Little James ship. Okay, we got these names here of all these passengers who came on that ship in the 1600s in the beginning. Okay. Now, I'm going to go all the way down. Now we have here a register of the names of all ye passengers with pass from White Port of London for on a whole year ending 1635. That's that old English during the time, family. So that's why the spelling is different than how we spell it today. Okay. Port Vestum Nastali Christi, 1630.
All right, y'all. I gotta get up out of here. I gotta get up and go to work at like 4 in the morning. So I'm gonna end this live stream right now. But shout out to everybody that's in the chat room. Shout out to everybody who stayed and listened to the bill. You see the title is the Immigration Act of 1965 and American Aborigines, Indians, and FBA Strike Back. So just remember this: when anytime someone tell you that your ancestors wasn't capable of nothing, when we are the standard for the reason why people come to America. So just remember that. Remember, peace to gods. We are the gods and goddesses of the Americas. So, with that being said, man, shout out to everybody, man. Definitely appreciate y'all for staying. Definitely go to my channel. And the title of this video is hold up real quick. It's a gift from Solomon Sir Jones, the importance of land inherited with Amani Bay. So if you go back and look through the live streams, you guys can see it. You guys can watch the rest of the video. But with that being said, I got a slide, man. But definitely peace to guys, peace to goddesses, peace to Aborigines, the Tonchons, Indians, Moors, North, South, Central, and the Conjoining Islands. And when anybody tell you they're foundational, tell them you're an Tonton. You was born from the foundation. You literally sprung from the foundation itself, which make you the epitome of foundational. So with that being said, man, peace to guys, peace to the goddesses, man. Until the next one, man. Like I said, when I do a bill, I want to make sure it has some type of significance on it to where I'm just not just talking, you know what I'm saying, just for nothing, or just like kind of putting information out there that, and just, kind of keep going over the same shit. So I want to definitely make sure it's something that you guys can learn from and you guys can use along your travels, man. So definitely, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Definitely love and light to everybody, man. And everybody be safe. Everybody enjoy the rest of their weekend. All right. And to the next time, man. It's your brother A1, aka Hanukiel, aka Atanchinus one. So with that being said, man, peace to guys, peace to goddesses. Peace.